Hello? Are things working? Can you hear me? Am I looking in any of the proper directions? My, like, setup was all goofy today for some reason. Oh, yeah, I'm, like, not looking the proper direction. Why does it look like I'm looking, like, off to the side? Hello? I'm looking straight ahead, I promise. Hang on. Look straight ahead. I promise. Come on. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. My head was a little funny. Hi! Hello! TGI Friday! Thank goodness we've reached the end of the week. Man, time goes by so quickly. I feel like every time I, like, you know, turn around, I'm saying, thank goodness it's Friday. And, you know, I live my life trying to not wish time away. You know, for as much as we maybe don't always enjoy all the things we have to do during the week, and maybe we do look forward to the weekends most of the time, I try to live my life in a way that does not wish my weeks away. And man, even when I'm not wishing my weeks away, they go by so fast. We reach the end of the week so quickly. Oh my gosh. I don't know how this keeps happening. I feel like I don't have time to get anything done. Anyways, hi! Hello, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I think I'm also an Uma right now. I'm also Squiiji, Squiiji, ooh-wee. I'm thinking Squiiji, Squiiji, ooh-wee. Thinking Squiiji, Squiiji, ooh-wee. I'm thinking Squeegee. Ooh-wee. How's that go? Squeegee, Squeegee. You can call me Squeegee. White hair. Oh, my eyes are purple right now. Purple eyes. Hiding in your french fries. Thank you for glue sticks. I'm not really putting much effort into singing. I'm not the greatest at it. I wish I could play Miku music today, but I can't. I can't. Miku music would get me content claimed on YouTube. I can't do it. It makes me so sad. How does this work? What can you do? Squeegee, our favorite Vocaloid? Hey, I do have an Utao model. I am kind of a Vocaloid. Is the Utao model the best ever? No, but it exists. I guess I could give it to you guys, if you wanted it. I'm not really sure where I distribute it, but like if you want to make EG sing songs using Utao, there is a voice model of me. There's an Utao model. I made it. I haven't updated it in like a year, and my microphone settings and editing is all much better, so I feel like the bass voice is not mixed very nicely, but what can you do? I'll fix that someday, some way, somehow. But anyways, today we're going to be potentially working on Snow Mikus together. The point of me streaming today is that I want to work on my Snow Miku. Because this year, I have been busier than probably any other year at this time, which is wild. I managed to design Snow Mikus. I think I made 3 Snow Mikus while I was in my, like, thesis semester in grad school. I made 3! But that's because I had a lot of studio hours where I couldn't do anything. And I also had the, like, first earliest, I think, whatchamacallit, show? Or wait, no, I may have had the latest show in the department. Maybe that's why I had time. But it was just, I had a ton of time where I was just sitting around in the studio as a tech, just like tippity-tapping around, working on my Snow Mikus. This year, because I started a new job, I had my birthday stuff, I had so much going on, I just like have not had any chance to work on my Snow Miku, and I'm so sad about it because I don't want to skip a year. But I'm like not super thrilled with what I have right now either. So we'll look at my Miku, we'll look at my research process, and I will let you guys do some Miku designing if you would like to. The Mikus you design don't have to be Snow Mikus, but I have a magma open if you would like to doodle Mikus. Hi, I have a question about your Discord server. Is there a mod I can talk to so I don't take up your time in stream? Perhaps? Are you in the Discord server? Because if you are in the Discord server, I could point you towards a mod to speak to about it. But, I mean, you could ask me questions. I don't mind. We're just hanging out. It's Friday stream. We're pretty relaxed. It's fine. I'm not too strict about that. I guess you could make that kind of Miku if you really want to, Selma. I won't stop you. I don't know what that means for Miku, but I guess you could. Miku can be anything, and that does even include a beep-ist. Are you suffering from the lack of, beep of the shroom stream right now, perhaps? You know, I do want to make more progress in that game, but I do want to prioritize getting some Miku work done. So, this year, the theme for Snow Miku is Secret Metamorphosis. And I fear I am just not vibing with the theme this year the way I normally would. I feel like last year, the theme being Happy Patisserie was so cute. I felt like I had so much inspiration for it, where I was like, oh, I can use different foods to influence the clothing and then influence, like, you know, the fashion style we're doing. I felt like there was a lot of freedom in that prompt. It was just fun. I was really engaged on it. I had a bunch of ideas that I was really enjoying playing around with. But this year, Secret Metamorphosis is the theme. And I have to admit, I don't really enjoy designing like magical girl style outfits all that much. Because just to explain, it seems like Pia Pro is recycling themes. Let me put us somewhere where you can look at something other than me. Not that I'm not cool to look at, but like you should be able to see what I'm talking about maybe. Let me, if I go, give me my full screen. No, give me this one. This one. Put me over here. Oh, this is gonna look like a mess because I just have my monitor captured right now. Wasn't it Billy who cracked the code on what they're doing as far as the Miku designs go? It was Jubby. Let's see, let me expand this. This is my pure ref board that I'm using for my Miku designing. Can you tell how much of a crazy person I am? If you are doing character design and you're collecting your resources for it, I cannot suggest pure ref more highly. It sort of like vectorizes images so that way you can scale them around without losing quality, and it doesn't take any amount of like crazy resources on your computer to use. But this is how I'm keeping all of my ideas in one place for my Snow Miku designing. But we noticed, and by we I mean Jubby, noticed that there seems to be a trend in the theming for Snow Mikus. 2014 was Magical Girl, 2013 was Sweets, 2012 was Jewels. Last year was Patisserie of Happiness, which is more or less just sweets. Glittering snow material, everyone was super confused as to what to do about the design. I think that we were all on different pages, but most of the designs that were picked to be finalists seem to be influenced by Jewels. So like if I bring this down here, here's the finalists potentially. Oh, hi Beans Wizard, thank you for following. So the winner, see, has gems and jewels. This one's more of a scientist and but still has some like jewels in it. This one has stained glass. This is a snow globe. This is somebody who is mining and has gems as like horns and stuff. So it seemed like they were going back for Jewel 2.0. And then this year, the theme was Secret Metamorphosis. It seems like the common way that this prompt is being interpreted right now is butterfly-themed Magical Girl. Because Magical Girl would just align with the order it seems like we're rehashing prompts in. Although, funny enough, it seems like a lot of designs conspiracy. Here, it's not a conspiracy. Is it a conspiracy? Maybe it is a conspiracy. Maybe Jubby is conspiring against Miku. Or with Miku? Are they working together? I don't know what they're doing. But it seemed like the general trend was people were taking that to mean butterfly-themed Magical Girl, but now it seems like the butterfly theme has become a lot more subtle, and people are going more for like locks and keys for secrets. Oh. Only now realizing Snow Miku is very much official. I thought it was a fan thing. No, Lance, it's official. This is hosted by Pia Pro. It becomes a real, actual figurine. She gets her own concert. She gets her own song every year. She gets to be in a ton of illustrations. No, it's real. It's real. I promise. During a couple of minutes, hang on. After introducing myself, the server wouldn't show in my Discord. It seems I was kicked out, but I don't want to assume anything. I don't think we've kicked anyone actively out of our Discord server in a minute, as far as I'm aware. So you're welcome to rejoin if that happened. If not, one of the Discord mods might be able to let me know what had happened, but man, it really seems like every platform I use is currently struggling. Yeah, no. Snow Miku is not a fan thing. It is an official thing hosted by Pia Pro. But like, look how cute these submissions are! Lots of blue, as we'd expect. Lots of Magical Girl-inspired designs. I just saw this one a little bit ago. Less butterfly elements than I was seeing before. So maybe I do need a pivot. I don't know. Godzilla Miku now? You can make a Godzilla Miku if you want to. When did we get the shadow hats? What hats? What do you mean hats? Did I give you hats? You just like posted in chat, appears on my account, don't worry about it. Okay, good. It's an official fan thing. I guess that is one way of putting it, that it is fans who are designing for the Mikus. Sticking with butterflies for mine? Yeah, I'm kind of keeping mine. I'm kind of keeping them. Oh, and stream avatars? Yeah, hats have been around. The shadow, the legally distinct edgy hedgehog has always been an option. Would it be okay if I were to use the Miku base in the contest you and Yam did for sketching designs? Sure, you can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Based on the trends, 2036 should be prismatic concrete golem. That design would be delectable.
I'm sure you wish that's how it would go, Gary, huh? Based on the trends, what are your projections on Snow Miku for, what is that, 10 years from now? Sure, Gary. Sure. But, Hermit Crab, if you want to use my Miku base from the Clown Miku for creating your Snow Miku for your final, I don't care. You can use the base. I don't mind. It don't matter to me. It's a base. I made it to be used. So if you enjoy using that body proportioning, you are welcome to use it. I do not mind in the slightest. I've been Shadow for as long as stream avatars have been around. Yeah. But yeah, look at all these cute Mikus. They're so cute, right? Let me get rid of that. Let me hide that. So. Oh, thank you for water. I should take a sippy of my hot chocolate. Oh, wait. I didn't even mix my hot chocolate. It's totally unmixed. Oh, I didn't mix it. What have I done? SD card. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. So let me walk you through what I was thinking about with my Snow Mikus. Also, wait, hang on. I should let you guys into the area where you can draw first, if you would like to do that, while I just speak. So, draw a Miku? Question mark? Let me grab the link. Bam. Bam. Paste. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Send that. Pin that. There we go. Look at that. Join if you would like. Your hot chocolate is just hot. It is hot water with unmixed chocolate powder and a little bit of coffee creamer in it. Because that is how I make my hot chocolate. Joby thinks it's blasphemy that I do that to make my hot chocolate, but like adding a little bit of coffee creamer makes it so much more creamy. It tastes nicer. Come on. Have you had your break today? Have I had a break? What do you mean by a break? I worked this morning. I did have lunch. I had a lunch break. Does that qualify? I ate my lunch at noon. I think that counts. Probably. Hopefully, maybe. Good? Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. I will crash and burn if I do not rest. I'll take care of myself. Oh, thank you for the bits. SD card. I appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very kind of you. Thank you. Fellas who are in the magma, you can distribute yourself across the several canvases that there are. There's only 6 Mikus per canvas, so you may have to move to a different canvas. You can draw a regular Miku on just the Miku canvases because they are labeled. Oh, wait, put it here so you can see. Here, look. See? Look, see? Here is the drawing area. You can draw Miku. So we can fit 6 of you per page if you would like. I think there's 24 open slots for Mikus, but I can add more slots if you would like. Potentially. So don't worry, there's space. We can make space. If you run out of area, we can add more space for more Mikuing. Draw Miku! This is my base that I made for Snow Miku. It's slightly edited from the typical Nendroid base, because I don't know how Pierre Pro would feel about me streaming and giving you guys the base to use. I feel like they'd be fine with it, but I'm not gonna risk that. But yeah, so here's where you can draw if you want to draw. I will be doing my drawing in Clip Studio Paint because Magma is evil on my computer. Magma is so mean. None of the line weight works. Nothing, like the brushes are really funky. My stabilization, like, I don't have the stablest hand. My hand is kind of funky, kind of twitchy, as is. But like, Magma makes it look way worse than it is. I just struggle using it to draw. So I will be drawing mine just in Clip Studio Paint. If you want to draw yours in Clip Studio Paint and then copy paste it in, you can also do that. That is also an option if you would like to do that. I do not mind. Copy and pasting is allowed in the file. You just have to tell Chrome or Firefox or Safari or Opera or whatever browser you may be using that you're giving permission to paste things out of your clipboard into Magma. You have to tell it. I work listening, so I can't draw. That's okay, but I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you listening in. Twitch needs to introduce bit donations of 5 to 10. It is kind of weird that because I feel like 10 is a very common number for bit donations. It is weird that they don't have that. I feel like anytime I see a bunch of ones, it's usually 10. Well, can't rely on Twitch to do anything that makes sense these days. Every time they do something that's like, oh, one step in the right direction, now we're allowed to have combined chats, then they go ahead and do something stupid immediately after. They can't keep a win. They can't just win. They have to have a loss tied immediately into it. Now there's like some weird thing about ads where like you can't tab out of ads because they won't run if you're not like focused on that tab. It's weird. I don't know how it works. Line weight on digital apps has been one of my biggest hurdles for my transition to digital art. I can't feel the pressure. I know, it is kind of hard for me too. It took a lot of getting used to, but in Magma, for some reason, it just doesn't work. I think it's an issue with my tablet, potentially. What they do, Twitch is now, or I don't know if it's now, I think they're planning to integrate something that will make it so that you cannot tab out of ads. If you are in an advertisement and you switch tabs on Twitch, it like locks the video and won't run the ad until you come back and focus on it, which is really dumb and strange because I can still hear it. And nobody wants to watch ads. Who are they kidding? Who is going to sit there and watch? I think what all they're going to do is just force people to not watch streamers anymore because not everyone can afford to pay to not have an ad. And previously before, you could at least like look at something else or I don't know, do something else while the ad is running. But like now you can't. It's so mean. It's so rude. I'm not a fan. Everyone moves to YouTube to stream, but like, see, here's the whole thing. YouTube has had nothing but problems for the last week. I just found out on Wednesday that apparently people couldn't comment on my streams like after they were posted, like on VODs, for some unknown period of time. It was just happening. Don't know why. Also found out that a bunch of people got like shadow banned. It wasn't just one person. A couple people were like shadow banned from my YouTube chat where they could type things in and it wouldn't show up. Like nothing would happen. That was happening for a couple of days for I think more than one person. And then now on Wednesday, in the middle of my stream, the like moderation on YouTube broke and suddenly you couldn't chat in English anymore. So like, this is why they say you can't put all your eggs in one basket, because if I put them all in the Twitch basket, Twitch is doing some nonsense. If I put them all in the YouTube basket, YouTube's doing some nonsense. So now I'm multi-lane drifting nonsense because they're both doing nonsense, but at least we have options. I have no interest in moving to other platforms to stream. TikTok has some crazy TOS things going on right now with the way they're collecting and using information. I'm not even on TikTok anymore. Kick, I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. I hear there's other sites you can stream on. It doesn't seem worth it. So every program I know and potentially use is up to evil right now. And I don't know what to do about it. They're so mean and cruel. Discord's doing silly business. Who are we kidding? Twitter's always been on silly business. Oh wait, you know who's not on silly business? You know it's not silly business? I've been tinkering with this for a while. It's not great yet. Some kind fella let me into the My Oshi site, which was very cute. I'm very happy that I was let in. How do I show you my account on there? It's cute. I'm still working on my CSS. It's not done. It's a little jank right now. Some of my things aren't legible. But like, look, I did this myself. I know how to code. I made my image a circle. I have outlines. I gotta fix this text, and for some reason the padding on that's wrong right now. But we got like transparency. It's not that fancy right now, but it works. It's functional. I just need to make it look a little bit better. But look at me, I'm slightly moving. I might make the background my line wobble version. And I also want to expand this because I feel like everything's too close together right now, and something I did accidentally made all of this come stacked beneath here instead of under here. So I'll fix it, but it's not done yet. But I'm breaking out my old CSS skills. I'm figuring it out again. Hi, will lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Starless Mage. Enjoy. I'm gonna join that eventually. I have 5 invites that I can give out every day for the My Oshi, so if people would like to use the My Oshi, I can let you in. I had to wait a while to get in because I couldn't find someone who could give me a code. I think Lance said something about giving me a code, but then I was like, I don't want to bug Lance about it. I don't know if Lance already gave them out. I don't want to bug them. Generous. Come to bunch of CSS for mine. Gotta figure out how to do it properly. I think I can even show you guys. Do I even still have it open? Oh, I have a lot of tabs open right now. I'm doing some nonsense right now. I'm multi-tab drifting now. Yeah, here we go. Here's my code. You can immediately see the first thing I have listed here with it is a complaint. I'm doing all of my coding just in Google Drive. I know there's probably an easier way where I could like test it live, but I don't have it in a way where I can test it live. So here's my page layout and my broken font. E.g. what? Hi. What? Demon of Sloth ain't active? What do you mean? Dear God, code on docs? Huh? What do you mean, dear God, code on docs? Why not code on docs? I know most people I think do their coding in like Notebook, but I'm doing it in docs, yeah. I'm brute forcing. Why not? Look, it hurts. I'm so sorry that it hurts. Look, don't listen to me, feral. This is how I do most of my coding. When I code Python scripts for Blender, I also do it in Google Docs. And then I stick it in because I want to have a version of the code that if I like tinker around and test things in like whatever program it is, I want to have a version where it's not broken somewhere else. So like, look, my profile information. You can see that I was searching replacing some border stuff. Maybe there is something wrong with me. This is probably the least efficient way of doing this. VS Code, because programming. What is VS Code? I don't actually do programming. Whoa, why did that do it in its own new tab? That wasn't nice. VS Code? Is this just a site that'll let me preview it? Virtual Studio Code. Interesting. Ah, the open source AI code editor? I'm not doing AI code editing. No thanks. Is the O in the link an O or a 0? In the link? The link? That's a 0, I think, in the link, if you're trying to type the link somewhere. 0, I believe. LibreOffice is a good docs alternative without AI/data mining. Interesting, noted maybe. It's working, I'm brute forcing it this way and it's turning out fine, but hang on, wait, did you even see the cutest part of this? Oh wait, you can't see it, my hand's in the way! Hang on, make my hand get out of the way. Where's my hand? Go away, hand. Just for now. There we go. So like normally I just have my like regular cursor. I have this cursor already, but I've made it so that anyone who uses my site gets my cursor. This was like my favorite part of the coding, was just popping my cursor in, and then we've got like the text hover cursor, and then we have the link hover cursor. If I hover a link, it turns pink. Right. Think one could make a less efficient version, like if you did coding purely by speaking out loud and have someone transcribe it. Oh, when I wrote papers for grad school especially, I would dictate them in Google Docs, and then I'd have to go in and fix all the punctuation, but I work so much better when I can just say things instead of typing them, because like I guess my flow of consciousness works better that way, and like I don't have the worst typing speed. It's just that like just having to say it, speaking it conversationally, I tend to use better words, and I tend to be less repetitive when I'm not typing it. So, and then also like my sentence structure has better variety, I'm not as worried about certain things. I can always go back and edit, but that would be wild if I was doing that to code for this, to do the CSS. Suppose if writing CSS is the only thing, something like Sublime Text is nicer. Yeah, so I've used Sublime Text before, I think. Maybe? Question mark? I can't remember. I believe I have, though. It sounds very familiar. I wonder if I used it in some place, some way, somehow. Once upon a time. But anyways, I'm on the Oshi site if you want to come find me. I can be your Oshi. I still have to edit everything. I've got like a bunch of widgets I want to add. This is an error right now where like the borders aren't confining. I don't have any photos posted. We're still under construction, but like, it's cute. It's happening. I've got like transparent backgrounds on things. The glass effect isn't working right now, and I don't know why. Where is that? Oh, nope. Hang on. Should be up here. We're not here to code this. This is not why I'm here today. I should not be working on fixing my Oshi code right now. We're here for Miku. I need to focus. We're here for Miku. But it's a Friday. I can kind of do whatever I want. I'm in charge here. Writing is my least favorite thing about getting my degree. I don't mind writing. I don't mind it. I like writing when it's something that I can choose the topic for. So like when I wrote my thesis for grad school, our thesis had to be a minimum of 15 pages. I think mine was like 27 or something. And like there's something to be said about brevity, but I had a pretty ridiculous quantity of research that I was bringing in from a lot of different areas. I had stuff from organic chem coming in. I had a bunch of research about artists and also like identity and how people express that online and through different places. There was a bunch of mycology. So a lot of the paper ended up having to be explaining those concepts to a reader instead of just developing on the concepts and putting forth my theories on them. But it was pretty long. I didn't mind writing it though. It took me about a month, which was shorter than most of my other classmates. I was one of the first ones to have their thesis done and approved for publishing, because that is what happens also when you get a master's degree. Usually your master's thesis gets published. So like Library of Congress usually has a copy. They have a copy of mine and of Joby's. It's kind of neat. I have a couple of papers published. I can't tell you anything about them, but I have a couple. One of them is art history, one of them is organic chem, and one of them is my thesis. I have 3. Yeah. Research papers are fine, because I just didn't care for certain rubrics and meeting the criteria for some of the papers I had. That's fair. That is totally fair. I don't mind writing when I get to be in charge of topic. I've done a master's? Some even a master's degree? Hell yeah. I didn't know that. That's sick. Hi, Flora. Oh, I should take roll also at some point here. Art history, I understand, but organic chem? Yeah, I did some research with a professor when I was getting my degree in organic chem, and we ended up publishing the research that we did in a scientific journal. I can't tell you anything more about it than that. But yeah, that was a paper. That was a scientific paper, which is maybe a little bit different. But yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, to bring us back from organic chem and writing papers and my terrible, horrible usage of Google Docs for doing some coding, Snow Miku. Master's thesis was mostly in polymer science? Hell yeah, that's what like a third of what I studied was when I was doing chem, was polymer science. That, and I did a lot of synthetic pigment research. But that's not what the paper was about, which is why I can tell you that. But yeah, a lot of my time in organic chem was priming me for art restoration and conservation. Yeah. Oh, hi there. Yeah, we'll take roll. Let me finish just explaining to you the terrible web of things that I went through trying to make a Miku. So I had all these ideas. I was like, okay, before I figured out what we were doing, I was like, we could do a maid magical girl, because I was really having fun drawing maids. I made a clown maid and a mime maid, and they're really cute. And I was like, but if I made another maid? Nope. I was thinking of an animal that hides in the snow-themed magical girl, because that could relate to, like, the secret angle, maybe? But I didn't figure out a way to execute on that. I was like, what if she's just an idle magical girl, like a la Precure or something? Which seems to be the direction I've headed in. I was trying to think at one point, I was doing, like, really, really deep within my mind, I was like, I know that when they make the Nendroid figures, they make the ones that have hats capable of removing the hat. So like last year's, I think, her little beret comes off. It's not something that she always has to wear. And other ones have hoods that are removable. And I was like, is there a way that I could maybe make like some sort of like clothing shell for the body that could be removed? So that way she like physically transforms. But I was like, that's probably way too much work. I really don't think they would go for that at all. But it would be fun to try and figure out how that would function. Maybe. Like almost giving her like a disguise, giving her 2 outfits for the price of 1. That'd be too much. I was trying to, yeah, like symbols related to locks and keys, secrets, magical girl magician I was thinking for a second, which might be cute. I have here the previous winner for the magical girl theme this magical girl is sort of like the Little Witch Academia, or Little Witch in general, sort of theming of magical girls. So I have a feeling that they're not going to go for Little Witch style magical girl again, just because they try and keep the Snow Mikus pretty clearly distinct from each other. So I think most of what I've done in my research is pretty soldier, as some shroommates had alerted me before. Can we draw something of our own and still submit as a protest? That's true. You can draw whatever you want and submit it. I tend to draw something and submit it, hoping that it is following what they are intending, because, you know, I would love to win someday. I don't think I will. If I just keep doing it for long enough, maybe I will, but I don't know if the odds are in my favor. I'm not really, like, super in touch with what is popular in media right now in Japan, and that seems to be one of the reasons why winners win, is because they are familiar with Japanese culture surrounding anime or whatever the theme is at that given time. Most of the winners are Japanese. I think we've only had one winner who was outside of Japan, maybe two. So my odds are not great. There is a non-zero chance, but I don't think my odds are very high. Yeah. So like here we've got all of our magical girls. I grabbed a bunch of designs people have submitted for this year and previous years that have like an element that I was like, oh, that's clever. I want to borrow something of that for inspiration, where I was like, oh, this one, I was like, this skirt is so fun. I don't remember what I grabbed this one for. It may have been because of the hat or something. All of them had some reason why I'd grabbed them, but then I just have all my magical girls. No idea what's happening in Japanese Vocaloid, because I'm mostly seeing American Synth V on YouTube at the moment, or at least English speaking. That's fair. 1,000 hearts. 10,000 hearts. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm honored that you think I'm deserving of all those. But look, I have every Cryptopter Sakura outfit ever. I have Precure. I have Madoka Magica. I have more Precure. I have Tokyo Mew Mew. I have a couple series that I don't know anything about, but apparently are popular this year for magical girls. I got some things. EG makes Price Master reference for the bingo. Are you playing bingo right now? You're never gonna escape the Price Master references. I'm just gonna keep doing it because I think it's so funny. I love Price Master. I think it is one of the best, like, skits ever. I think it is so funny. Where was I? Yeah, so can we add it to bingo? Okay, I'll write it down to add to bingo. Where's my pen? Add Price Master ref to bingo. No one's gonna know what that means, Amber. I feel like you're usually the only one who has any idea what that video is. I've told Jubby before, if nobody's got me in my, like, strange references I tend to make, Amber's always got my back. Amber always somehow knows what I'm referencing. I'm sure there's a couple others of you who do too, but I know whenever I say something strange, usually, like, 70% chance of shroommates knowing what's going on. Oh, maybe maximum, but then, like, 80 to 90% chance of Amber knowing what I'm talking about. I think Amber and I were both on Tumblr around the same time, maybe also. Disney Queen, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Would Winx and Witch count as magical girls? They would, but I don't think they fit the sort of style that Snow Miku would fall into as a magical girl. I think that those aesthetics right now in popular culture is much more aligned with, like, Precure. Yeah, they're not... Yeah, Japanese companies might not agree, but, like, Precure is where magical girl design is right now, more or less. And I think Winx has a very different style, as does Witch. I think they're very different. Uh-oh, did YouTube give up again? No! Oh boy. God. It's never gonna work with us, is it? In my notes, I also have some details for, like, literal metamorphosis, or actually including the butterfly elements. I saw this collar, and I was like, I want to do something like this so bad in a design, but I couldn't figure it out for the magical girl style, because a lot of them have a bow on the chest. I was like, I gotta figure something out for that, because that's really cute. I was looking at Marinette. bow that she wears when she is the butterfly combined version. I forget what this one's called. I do not have Hawkmoth on here, but this is when she's fused Hawkmoth's Miraculous and her own. And I can't remember what it's called, but like butterfly collars, butterfly wings, butterfly capes, antennas on eyelashes. The Miku who's already bug themed from Pokemon, from Project Voltage. A bunch of butterflies that live in Hokkaido if I need a specific butterfly reference for that. I think I spent more time creating my references than I did maybe working on the design, which is disturbing. Hi there, love your VTuber. Thank you. I made it myself. I'm a 3D modeler and character designer. Also, welcome. Japanese company wouldn't care because Winx is Italian. Wait, Winx is Italian? I didn't know that. Since when is Winx Italian? Probably since always. I'm out of the loop. I don't tend to pay attention to where many things are from. I mean, technically Miraculous Ladybug is a magical girl show, but it's French also, and they look much more superhero-y than they do Magical Girl-y. But they have Magical Girl transformations still. Here were my ideas when I was thinking about trying to use animals that hide in the snow as a reference, and these were all pulled from previous years where there were animal themes. And I didn't really end up going with any of that. I got this whole area of just like cute shapes of clothing that I wanted to use. I really want to use something really big and fluffy, but I couldn't figure that out. Idol style clothing design, some motifs where I was trying to figure out how to make a snowflake in a simplified manner. So I've got like all of these simple snowflakes to try and figure out what to do with. This is not a Miku, but it's really cute and is a whale, and maybe it is a Miku, but I don't think it was. I was like, God, I gotta figure something out here. I have to figure something out here. So I can show you my attempt at Miku, which I think was hiding in the background earlier. Whew. There's a lot going on here and I don't like it. The level of detail is inconsistent. This is too small. The tiering of the skirt is kind of cute, but I'm not sold on it. I like her hair a lot, but like, I may end up just trashing this one. I got as far as lining and coloring it, and I like don't like it. I don't want to submit it because I don't like it. So I was like trying to design other Mikus. Let me see where all my other versions of her are. Oh, you can see this, that's fine. That's allowed. There's nothing in my computer you're not allowed to see. Yeah, this one, there we go. Remember being so excited when the Miraculous Ladybug anime promo came out? Was looking forward so much to the anime, but it never happened. I know! We never got it! We may still get something of it someday, but I do lament not having the 2D style and other things. It's so cute. The Tokyo special being 2D animated was really cute though, but I am still like lamenting not getting more of 2D from it. But like, anyways, look at this. Iterate on your design. My first thought was this, and I think I just kind of designed Mint from Tokyo Mew Mew, but with a fluff motif for some reason. Didn't have much going on there. Iterated on that, and then sort of ended up with like a cape before I remembered that they don't tend to like capes in Snow Miku Designs. This was something at one point where I was like, oh, butterfly ribbons and... Let me turn this up so I can see it. Butterfly ribbons and pom-poms. But I thought this felt too close to one of the designs of a character in Madoka Magica? Which is, I think, where is she? This one? Which upon looking at them, they don't look that similar, but I think I got too in my head about it and was like, nope, never mind, not doing that one. I made some butterfly style sleeves and then thought about Riraku, who has moth sleeves. And I was like, this doesn't actually make sense for a magical girl either. It would just get in the way. This was a skirt I couldn't figure out anything to do with, but I thought it'd be cute to have like a raised tier on the skirt. But then I realized this wasn't a good way for me to get a little bit of asymmetry in, so I wasn't content with that. I really like this top design, but I haven't figured out a skirt that makes sense with it, so this might be what I attempt to do during stream today, is try to figure out what I can do with this outfit, because I feel like this is the direction I'm going to try and go in, instead of the direction I was going before. Mami Tomoe? Is that what her name was? I haven't seen Madoka Magica. That was not one of the ones I've watched. I know a lot about Tokyo Mew Mew. I know a lot about Card Captor Sakura. I know some about Precure. What other ones have I experienced? I watched Shugo Chara when I was a kid. I read the whole manga for it. I remember 0 of it, but I did participate in it when I was much younger. Yeah, I know some Sailor Moon. I haven't watched Sailor Moon in an incredible long time, though. Age, you need to be traumatized with Madoka. I think that I need to avoid psychic damage at all costs right now, personally. I don't need more trauma. I'll pass. Someday I would like to maybe watch Madoka Magica, but I just haven't. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I say as if that is not my statement about 10,000 other pieces of media. One day I will have time, and that day is not today. I was trying to make like a more simple, like Sailor style magical girl, but I was like, I feel like they're not gonna go for Sailor style. That's like super obvious because that might be too close of a reference to Sailor Moon. So I didn't know about that. I was trying to make a really big fluffy skirt at one point in time, but I realized that may have issues with her arm posing for the Nendroids. They might not go for that. This was something I'd started where I was like, what if violin motif on her stomach? And then I couldn't figure out anything else to do with it. Something quilted, which is recycled from a design I made 2 years ago for her. I was like, I don't know about this, but I do like her little bow. Again, the only part of these designs I'm enjoying from what I've done for design work is just my little butterfly ribbons. That's the only part I've been content with. This is like over-designed to pieces. I really went too hard on the detail here. It's overwhelming, but I think there's some things that work. The lock being in a snowflake. These ribbons were supposed to be butterflies, and I may clarify those. Maybe I'll fix this one. I'll figure something out. What is this? Nothing. I spent so long trying to figure out what the hell to do with her, and I did not figure it out, so we will see. Princess Tutu, though. Oh, Princess Tutu! I started Princess Tutu, but I have not seen all of it. I think I got like halfway through and then got busy and then couldn't remember where I left off and then didn't watch the rest of it as a result. Is anyone else like that? I tend to do that, unfortunately. Like, if I start something, I have to finish it. If I start something and can't figure out where I stopped it, I can't get back into it because I hate rewatching things, just like as a person. I don't even like rewatching things I like. I don't like rewatching movies I've already seen, even ones I enjoy. Like, I don't like rewatching stuff. It's just the way that I am. I tend to get, not to say bored. I can rewatch stuff if I'm rewatching it critically, if I'm rewatching it so that I can attempt to better understand the piece of media. But like, I don't tend to watch movies critically all that often these days. But like, I can't figure out where I left off in Princess Tutu, so I couldn't go back to rewatch that because I didn't have the willpower to do it. What other anime did I start? I started a bunch. Oh, there's a magical boy anime. What is it called? Oh, it's called like, oh no, what is it called? It's essentially all of the tropes of a magical girl anime, but it's all boys. Oh, what is it called? It's like really pastel. Oh no, I think it is a parody, yeah. Oh, what is it called? I watched like 6 or 7 episodes of, oh god, I said the funny numbers. I watched a handful, or maybe more than a handful of episodes of that. No, not the number, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh my god. I know, just need to figure out the name. I can't think of what it's called, but I watched a bit of that one and then couldn't finish it. It's not Akira. Akira! Oh. False. Nope. Yes! Cute High Earth Defense Club Love! That's what it was! Yes, Mad Ones! Thank you! That was the one! That was the one! That was the one! Yes. Cute High Earth Defense Club Love. What a crazy title. Yeah, I watched some of that back in the day. Didn't finish it. There was an anime, I think it was called Makai Oji that I started. I still remember the theme song for that one. But I started a lot of anime that I didn't finish just because I was like a college student and couldn't figure out where I left off. Oh, Danny, I don't think I have a socials command, unfortunately, which should be something I have. Man, I've been a VTuber for how many years and I don't have one of those. Do I have anything comparable to that? Exclamation point YouTube will give you my YouTube. commissions give you commissions. What are you looking for, though? Are you looking for something particular? Man, I'm so bad at promoting myself. I don't even have a socials thing. What can you do? Magical girl one? Magically transforms into a really buff guy in a mini skirt. Oh, hell yeah. I was trying to click on your comms or website on your page, about page, but they don't work. They don't work? Why don't they work? Hey, that's weird. If I do exclamation point critique, that should give you a link to my commissions. My VGen is on there. You're good. Sorry for blowing it up. No, don't worry about it. You're good. We're pretty chill around here. I'm not worried. Thank you. Of course. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We're pretty laid back. I don't mind people asking questions or, you know, things in the chat that I need to help with. I'm not bothered by much of that. I'm pretty hard to phase as a person, generally. Let me snoop and see if you guys are drawing Mikus. Oh, you are doing Mikus! Oh my god, wait, they're so cute so far. I should work on my Miku. But look at these Miku so far! Undead Diver made a snowman Miku where her hair is scarves. That's actually so cute. I love that. Make sure you guys sign your creations when you make them. Game Loser's working on a sketch, it seems like. Close that. How do I move around in this? I feel like I can't. I just have to like zoom out and zoom back in. Here is a Miku who is wearing a onesie, I think? It seems like. Cute so far. Next page. Oh, we got a Miku sketch. Oh my god, is this another Miku, but her pigtails are a scarf? Because that's so cute. Bet you're proud of me? I am proud of you. It's cute. I don't know who this is. I'm gonna guess this is maybe Selma's signature? S with a crook on the end of it? It's cute. Hand tool, hand tool. Give me hands. There we go. Got it. I have hands. Oh, Miku with giant hood. Nice. Nice. Hand icon. Got it. Skyrim in all caps. You're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hi. Hi, Cha-Cha. I like your cute giant hood right now. Oxide gave her like an asymmetrical hairstyle, which is pulled up. Very cute. This is a nice like style of dress. We haven't seen a style of dress like this on a Miku, I don't think. At least a Snow Miku. She usually ends up in like an A-line skirt or a cupcake skirt or something of that capacity. But things that are like closer to the body and longer we don't see as often. Got some more Mikus. Vivlane. Whoa! Horror concept Miku. Miku with like insect legs and a mouth that has limbs coming out of it. Whoa! Scary! Mad Buns is making just a little butterfly Miku, I think. These look like little butterfly antennas on top of her head. Is cute. Good start. Are you guys using symmetry modifiers somehow? This looks like it's completely symmetrical. I didn't know they had that in Magma. Wild. Oh, we got more on this page. Oh, Nilo, look at those big giant wings. Those are cute. Oh, and she's in bell bottoms. Is she in a, whatchamacallit, a jumpsuit? It's cute. Oh, let's see. Is Riraku. I'm interested in what you're doing. You've got a big asymmetrical skirt right now with a wrap top. Hi. Hello. And that's everybody who's in progress right now. I'm intrigued to see how they turn out. They seem cute so far. I'm a fan. Drew half the drawing, duplicated it, flipped it. Oh, see, that's smart. That's smart. There you go. I didn't think there was a symmetry tool in Magma, unfortunately, which is sad. I feel like they could benefit from having one, but at the same time, I feel like Magma runs so resource intensively that adding that might be a bad idea. So hang on, let me move this out of the way so I can have my references. I think what I'm gonna try and do is try to resolve one of these designs into something. Like, I think I'll start with this one because I really like the asymmetry of this design, and I can make the skirt symmetrical then, so it's not too asymmetrical. Maybe I can combine some things. We'll see. Oh, the other thing I wanted to show you in my, like, terrible, horrible, over-researcher self, I'll reveal to you just the way that I am, which is that I overthink everything. I am a chronic overthinker, and I'm a chronic overplanner for everything when I'm designing something for a purpose. So I have made an incredibly, ridiculously detailed document about what things you can and cannot have in a Snow Miku design. Let me put this like this so it looks a little nicer. So like we have, first of all, the limitations for Nendroid figures. Because ultimately, Snow Miku does become a Nendroid. I have been working on this for the past, I think, 2 years, a little bit off and on. I think I showed this last year, but I've added a lot to it this year also. So there are certain things that you can and cannot do with Snow Miku, because it's things that are impossible to recreate on a 3D model, especially on a chibi 3D model, or on a 3D model that's going to have opposable limbs. Because for as much as Snow Miku starts out as a Nendroid, she does usually get a, like, 7 or 6 head tall model, eventually too, or figurine rather. So there's a lot of things to be careful about. So like, you can have hair gradients for the Mikus. In fact, almost every single winning design has a gradient in the hair. You can have gradients on the clothing, but usually they'll limit it to just one gradient, and they super duper simplify patterns. Clothing can be transparent for Nendroids. However, we haven't really seen it on a Snow Miku yet. We've seen transparency in the hair before, because her hair seems to get the most work put into it for the model, but we haven't really seen it in her clothing. You can have high gloss or iridescent textures, which is cool, which we do see not infrequently in Snow Miku designs. You can have metallic textures also, and this is an older, I think this is the first winner of the Snow Miku design contest. You can, surprisingly, have thin ribbons and cords, which is something I thought would have been frowned upon because they'd be fragile, but it seems like they sometimes will use real rope or ribbon instead of plastic for them, which is neat. So like this Snow Miku in particular has like I don't know what we would call it. She's holding an accessory, if I make it a little bit bigger, that has real cording on the bottom of it in a couple of colors, which is interesting. You can have patterns on fabric, but they do tend to try and limit you to one pattern. Asymmetry is a weird thing with Snow Mikus, because outside of 4 winning designs, the clothing of the Snow Mikus is completely symmetrical, which I'm going to educated guess is because they're trying to minimize the amount of work that it takes to do the modeling for her. This Miku is asymmetrical, as are 3 others, but usually if there's any asymmetry in a Snow Miku's design, it is in her hair. I think particularly the last 2 Snow Mikus are 2 out of the 4 that are partially asymmetrical. Interesting. So maybe they are trending towards being willing to have more asymmetrical Snow Mikus. Glitter is not possible, which, let me tell you, the year where the theme was glittering snow, we were all ripping our hair out about this. Because what do you mean you can't have glitter as a texture on a Snow Miku? Usually if they do something that's supposed to be glitter on a Nendroid, it tends to be little small flecks with metallic texture on them, but I don't know if they really look that great. This one has that, I think, on the bow is where it was, but yeah, they don't tend to go for it. We finally can have transparent crystals, which was confirmed 2 years ago. Skates are possible for a Nendroid. However, I don't think they will ever pick a Snow Miku design that is a figure skater to be a winner, because Snow Miku has a concert with a song where she, dances on stage and is animated. And a lot of the times the animation can be mocapped or can be hand animated, but hand animating skating in 3D or trying to get mocap for it is such a more specific use case and require an animator with maybe a more specific skill set or a very different type of mocap actor to do. So I feel like it's very unlikely that they will ever pick a design that has skates. I could be wrong, but this is just my hunch. They need a glitter-filled resin. I see, that would be good for whatever their injection molds are. That would help maybe. But yeah, they don't do that, unfortunately. Capes, ponchos, and cloaks are possible, which is surprising to me because they would limit range of motion in like shoulders and elbows. They do exist commonly outside of Snow Miku, but in Nendroids, but I think that's because a lot of Nendroids don't have to worry about their design being interpreted somewhere else, and a lot of Nendroids are interpreting pre-existing designs that weren't designed around the specifics of what is possible with Nendroids. But it seems like they're okay with a cape as long as it doesn't cover arms. This Snow Miku has that. Or a cape / poncho as long as it doesn't reach the elbows. High heels inspired by skates, though. That could be cool. That could be something. But if they're not real actual skates, that would probably be the ticket. That'd probably be the solution. And then hoods, surprisingly, are allowed. There are 2 winners who have hoods, but it's not very popular. And in the Nendroids, the hoods are removable, and she has like pigtails you can plug into her head for the 2 that have hoods, which is very interesting. Then we have an entirely other category of notes I had made, which was about the prevalence of certain design trends in winners and in finalists. Because I was trying to zero in on what trends are favorable to the judges at Pia Pro, because the judges are the ones who pick the top 6 finalists. Meanwhile, you know, generally the public votes on which of the 6 is going to be the winner for the year. So there is some level of attempting to appeal to the sensibilities of the judges. So like circle skirts, very common. Knee-length skirts, very common. They're knee-length on the Nendroid. When you get to a scale, or a like 7 to 6 head tall figure, they end up being mini skirts, but they are about knee length on the Nendroids. Every Snow Miku except for 3 has pretty much the exact same shape of skirt. It's so incredibly popular. This shape of skirt, circle skirt. They're all circle skirts, all of them, except ankle length skirts. We have 2 Mikus who had ankle length skirts. This is one of them. And then we had 1 Miku who was wearing shorts or pants. This Snow Miku is such an outlier compared to pretty much every other design, and I love that for her. But she is an outlier, truly, in every way. Gloves are common. Half the winning designs wear gloves. Having a topical accessory seems like it is a requirement to be a finalist. Pia Pro does not say that you have to design a prop for her. You can, but you don't have to. However, I believe every single finalist, as of like 2014 onwards, had a clever or well-designed prop in their design. So for this year's Miku, it was her little French horn, but each one has one. Like this one had her tray of snacks and cookies. This one had her snowboard. This one had binoculars. This one had her tray to serve the food in and a ladle. This one had her, I guess, snowflake or something. This one had a wand. Like every single winner and pretty much all the finalists have an accessory or like a prop that they can hold. Clothes with fluffy trims are very common, which makes sense because it's snow themed. Animal ears. This is one of the things I noted down particularly. Animal ears that are real animal ears seem to be almost a disqualification. Even in the year that was themed animals, only one of the finalists actually had animal ears. They seem to prefer clothing or accessories that suggest ears or suggest animal elements over designs that have actual animal ears. This is the only finalist that we've ever had that had animal ears, which is strange. Why? I don't know. It may just have to do with the way that they want to depict Miku, but that seems to be the trend. It's odd. Loving the Miku conspiracy board. That is kind of what this is, huh? However, strangely enough, given what I just said, they seem to be a little bit more willing towards horns. Oddly enough, we've had 2 finalists with horns. No winners, but 2 finalists with horns. One in 2024 and one in 2025. So I can at least say modern Pia Pro may be okay with you giving Miku horns if they are in reference to being a cow or being a dwarf wearing a helmet. So that was an interesting thing to note. For hair gradients, you have to have a hair gradient. I think every design since 2016 has had gradients in their hair. You kind of have to do it, it seems like. Hokkaido-specific references. I think that I have stressed myself out too much about this category before, which is why I researched this. This particular Snow Miku is a design that is influenced by, I believe, a clock tower in Hokkaido. Some of the other designs do take some loose inspiration from things that are specific to Hokkaido as a location, but it seems like it's not a requirement. Designs with Hokkaido-specific references have won and have been finalists, but there are way more designs that don't have that going on than ones that do. So I gotta stop stressing out about that. I tend to get like too invested in, okay, if I'm gonna design her to be a butterfly-themed magical girl, I need to pick a butterfly that's from Hokkaido because that's a specific reference. It's just the way I tend to design, but it seems like that's not so important. E.g. in front of the conspiracy board. This is supposed to be a stream where I design her, where I work on designing her, but I'm just giving you my theories instead. I'll get to drawing, I promise. But I have so many theories. I have so many things noted here. Non-blue/teal hair. Which you would think to yourself, e.g., why in the world would Snow Miku not have blue or teal hair? And I would kind of agree with you. Why in the world would we make Miku have non-blue or teal hair? But it does happen. There is a surprising amount of entries every year for Snow Miku where she has purple hair or just straight up green hair. And we very rarely see those ones make finalists. And even if they do become a finalist, their hair does end up being modified if they win. So this Miku design, in her design, there was no blue in her hair. Her hair was all white. But they edited it. They edited it. That's such a... Why am I having such a weird time saying that word? Edited it. I should enunciate maybe a little better. I should say the letter T when I speak. Consonants. They edited her hair to have blue on the tips of it. We have one of the Miku who has another color in her hair, which is the Colors of the Sky Miku, who has... Do I even have her here somewhere? I don't. She has pink in her hair, but every Miku has blue in her hair. Oh, this one. This one has pink in her hair. But what that's telling me is that they are not open to the idea of giving her a different hair color for Snow Miku. There's one finalist who had purple hair, but other than that, gotta keep it teal, gotta keep it blue, and white. White is an acceptable color. For her clothing, majority blue clothing is in every design but 3 of them. I think there's only 3 designs where her clothing isn't completely blue. There's one which is majority white. This one has pink as the primary color, and there was one other one. There is one winning design with no blue in the clothing, and there is very few designs that make it into the finalists if they don't have at least some blue in the clothing, which you may be thinking, e.g., sounds like a no-brainer, this is Snow Miku. But like for a magical girl theme, people may want to put a lot more pink or gold or another color that feels more magical-y and pizzazzy or something in it. But I'm here to warn you that that may not be the move. Snowflake-shaped clothing. This is something I had to note down for myself because, as you guys may know, I like to design clothing in a way that is influenced by the shapes of motifs that are occurring. So like, I was designing skirts that were shaped like snowflakes, or, you know, other elements that were physically influenced in their construction by, you know, one of the motifs. It's something I suggest to VTubers all the time, because it's usually something that can help make a motif feel like it's better integrated in a design, or it can help a design feel more unique in general. So I did this in pretty much all of my past designs I've entered for Snow Miku, and I went and looked, and it never really occurs in finalists or winners. Usually the snowflakes pretty much only occur in her hair, and maybe like one accessory. So like this Snow Miku has a snowflake-inspired tiara, and this Snow Miku has snowflake patterning on her clothing. But if we scroll through the examples, there's no snow patterning in this clothing, or anything that's shaped like a snowflake. Same deal in this clothing. This one, we could argue, is maybe a little bit snowflake-like in its geometric nature, but generally, that's not a requirement, which is wild to me. I would think that snow would be something that would have to be much more thoroughly integrated into a design for a character known as Snow Miku, but no, apparently not. Wow, this really is my conspiracy board, huh? But yeah, so snow motifs appearing outside the hair does happen, but mostly in patterns. Snowflakes tend to usually just be printed on the clothing, if anything, which is wild. Usually, the winners do have an added layer to them that goes beyond the prompt. So, like, the winner sports winner wasn't just, I'm Miku who does skiing. It was, I'm Miku who does skiing and has an owl motif. The ocean winner was not just, I'm a captain who's Miku. It was, I'm Captain Miku with a crab motif. Musical instrument was a band major. The animals winner was not just an animal Miku. It was Shrine Maiden Animal Miku. So there's usually an additional layer added to concepts, which is what I tend to do anyway, but I just needed to note that down. This was because Jubby was like, you're making it too complicated, and I was like, I'm not. I promise you I'm not. I swear. My second note about asymmetrical clothing, which was to yell at myself to stop making them so asymmetrical, because it seems like the only place we tend to see asymmetry in Snow Miku's is in their hair and their accessories. If you have a tiered idol skirt, you can maybe have asymmetry in the clothing, but otherwise it doesn't seem to appear. Traditional, historical Japanese clothing has really only occurred in 3 designs that were winners, which is interesting. They seem to lean more into just like generally cute fashion or like idol style fashion. And then music related motifs. Again, Miku, the singer. Miku, she's an instrument. She herself is an instrument. So strangely enough, there are so many winning Miku designs for Snow Miku that don't have a single reference to music in them as far as I can tell. Same deal in the finalists. There are a couple, like this one has a really like subtle, very like well-planned musical reference. This is a bass clef in her little, whatchamacallit, her sweet roll that's on her head, and then she has a cookie that's shaped like a treble clef. But like, if we go back through the designs, this is a musical note on her ribbon, but that's really the only musical note throughout this design. This design has no musical references. This design has no musical references. This design has no musical references. This design, I don't also think has any musical references. So what I'm saying to you here is I'm losing my mind, because the 2 things that I would think would be the prevalent motifs in Snow Miku designs aren't. They don't show up. Why? Seeing food references. That was because those 2 had food in their like year's theme. This year's theme is Secret Metamorphosis. So I was like, oh, how do I put musical references in? How do I put snowflakes in? Silly EG, you don't have to do that. You really do not need to do that. They try to present Miku as a celebrity instead of a program. That's true, but like the Project Voltage Miku designs had a surprising amount of references to music in them. So like even the one I have pulled here has musical staff on her skirt, which is just one reference to it. But like, she's a butterfly and she's got a music reference. It's Miku, see, right? Can see AG shaking with coffee in their hand, pointing at a screen. Yeah, I've been in the Miku mines. I'm trying my best, I promise. But yeah, those are all my notes. Can you tell I was losing my mind trying to figure out how to do this? Joby actually came in and yelled at me and was like, stop it. Stop working on this, because you're clearly not having fun if you are diagramming and quantifying design choices and past winners. Joby was like, you're doing too much. You're stressing yourself out. You should have fun with it. Cool it. And I was like, oh god, you're so right. I'm so right. You're so right, Joby. I'm sorry. But here, I can get rid of this. I should like work on my Miku. How are your Mikus going? I hope your Mikus are going well. Where are your Mikus? Let's see. Oh, Snow Miku ponchos! Oh wow, we're getting some color in some of these ones too. Ooh, oh wait, you guys can't see, hang on. AG calculating the Snow Miku meta. I know, that's kind of what it felt like. I was trying to min-max my Miku designing, and I don't think that's the smartest. Squeegee, what does 52 mean? Is this your 52nd page, Squeegee? What do you mean 52? Where did you see 52? Did it say 52 as the number of page I was on when I was scrolling through that document? In the title. In the title? In what title? This what title? Where do you see 52? Which title? What do you mean? 2 ideas that neither would qualify. I'll import them later from Krita. You should. You should. You can still enter them anyway, even if you don't think it's something that would win or satisfy the company. Because I don't think any of the designs I've ever submitted to Snow Miku would be something that the company would particularly pick. Title on the page of what qualified winners. Did it say 52? Oh, no, that's not what it is. I bet I'd clicked into the title when I was doing this. Oh, yep, yeah, it gets mad at me. I use numbers to hotkey myself to move around. And I often end up typing the numbers 5 and 2 into things I'm clicked into because I do that. That's what it was. I'm not on my 52nd Miku. I'm only on my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm on my 10th. That's where I am right now. Is Magma lagging just for me? Maybe? It lags for me all the time, unfortunately. Look at these Mikus! Look at the big cute hat! Snowman! Hey, symmetrical hair! Me Snoop. 10? That's how I usually am. Oh, this Miku's getting some color. This Miku's got a fun hat. This Miku's getting line art right now. Wow. Oh, this Miku's getting some color. Oh! Did you draw your Miku somewhere else? And now you're drawing it in here, Mad Buns? You're just replicating a previous Miku? Oh my god, Vivlane. Crazy rendering. Wonder if we're allowed to deviate from the pigtails without a hat. I think every Snow Miku has had pigtails without a hat. So I don't know. She's had different styles and shapes of pigtails, but I think you have to go for twin tails in some capacity. I should do one, you should do one. You should do one. They also do not go for changing her pigtails into something else as an item. So like last year, I really wanted them to let me make her hair be big, like what do you call them? Pastry bags that you use for piping icing. I was like, it'd be so cool if that's what they were, but they never go for it, ever. They like Miku's hair being hair and not being other things on top of being hair, which is so sad because I feel like I've had some ideas that would be so fun for her hair. But yeah, no, false, cannot. Someday, Scarf Tails, you can make your own Scarf Tails Miku because I think it's fun and cute, but Pia Pro says no. They say false. We will not. All it does is lag for me. It does seem that way. It's running better than average for me though, because you know, usually when we're in Magma, my model lags terribly. But like, look at me. Haha! I'm moving it like a normal speed. How crazy. Also, wait, have I fixed it? I think I fixed it so that I don't lose face tracking when I turn my head to type. Wow, I think I'm keeping it. Wow, look at me go. Let me work on my Miku though. I should do something about her. Maybe pick out a skirt style. I'm gonna put it somewhere else where this doesn't look as horrible now that I'm not constantly showing you 9 and 10 other things from different rooms. Oh, here. Also, this works now! Yay! My stinger works once more. We're saved. Okay. Miku! Miku, you can call me Miku. Whatever this, maybe this goes with this. Oh, well, maybe. I don't know about that. I need to design a skirt. Let's see. Don't want that. Let me make a new one. This was, tiered skirt. That's a nice skirt. I just spelled the word skirt with 2 J's in it. One of these days I'll figure it out. I'm gonna do a Yule Miku even if it's not on theme. I mean, honestly, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You just have to understand that it's not gonna win, but you can absolutely submit it as a Snow Miku entry. Because then again, sometimes we've had some very out there designs end up as finalists. We had Dwarf Mining Miku as a finalist one year. We had the Crab Captain Miku who's wearing shorts as a finalist one year. We've had some very interesting finalists that I would not have expected. So, I mean, go for it. You truly never know what might happen. Oh, I didn't take roll. It is 3:30 almost, but I was just, you know, on purpose, giving you time to roll in, giving you time to show up to class. If you'd like to check in for class today, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem in the Twitch chat, or on YouTube you can just say hi or here or hello. That is if YouTube's chat is actually working today. God, I hope it is. Please, I'm begging you. Please, I'm begging you. Please, I'm begging you, YouTube. You have to do something. You have to function, please. I'm begging. I don't ask for much. Come on. Oh, I think it is working. Okay, thank God. Let's see. This is from 2 days ago. Hang on. Where's today? Where's today's stream? Hello? 2 days ago. Oh, where's today? Oh, there it is. What? I see Argan, I see Vivlane, Binary Star, Flora Dreams, Carol Pico, Edward, Abu, Kitty, Shinkumu, Amber, Skyrim, Madbun, Smilo, Rex, Chararan, Sanizum, Riraku, Magnus, Undead Diver, whoops, I scrolled too far, Michan, Corey, Lofox, Jalmarkian, Bleak, D, Friendly Guy, Magnus. I think I said Magnus already, but I've accidentally said it twice. Whoops. Ooh, Chili, PC, Starless Maid, Dianita, Agnes, Rusty, Disney Queen, Jarl. Ooh, Chakarama, Kaniko, Neno, Oxide, Earth, Selma, Nico, Lemia. Hi. YouTube roommates, I see Aspen and Game Loser. Oh. Hello. Angel also, hi. Thank you for being here today. Lurkers, don't worry, I got you. Thank you for hanging out. And VOD watchers, thank you as always for your time. I appreciate it. Hi. Hello. Hello, people of the future. I hope things are going well out there. Karma Chaos also, hi. I see you too. If I was here late, do they contact you right away when your submission isn't something they would want, or you just have to wait for the results? Oh, no. They only contact finalists. That's the only people they contact. So you don't find out whether your design is a finalist or not until everyone does. Because I don't even know if they do contact you if you're a finalist. I think they just post the finalists list is how it works, potentially. Yeah. Oh, I think I was trying to give this one a tie also. Is that too much? I feel like a tie might be too much here for this one. Get rid of that for now. We'll figure it out. I do think she needs a collar or something around her neck to activate that area, but I feel like that is just too much right now. Also, my pen is huge. Turn my symmetry modifier off so I can, like, draw. There we go. I might make the long parts of this ribbon maybe a little bit longer, so we're not having elements overlapping quite so much here, because I want to have, like, an epaulette on one sleeve. I found that a lot of magical girl clothing is surprisingly military adjacent, which I guess they are called pretty soldiers. So maybe that checks out, but this seems like it's also something that is not uncommon in idol design. I just want to thicken this in so I can see it a little bit better from a distance also, but this is like the little like loops of cord on the epaulette, maybe beaded or choker type necklace, maybe. I need a skirt first and foremost here. And I need a skirt that's not going to be too distracting around the waist, because I have a feeling we're going to end up with a bow in this area, because this tends to be how a lot of idol style clothing is designed. A lot of it ends up with like something asymmetrical on the top of one sleeve and then something asymmetrical around the waist. I think I had a reference that I wanted to use for her skirt, but I can't remember where it was. And I also don't think I'm going to do a asymmetrical tiered skirt for this one, because we already have a lot of asymmetry, but maybe I should still do something that's kind of like an asymmetrical tiered skirt. Oh, she needs a neckline too. Where am I putting her neckline in here? Oh boy. Oh boy. I've made it complicated. Epaulets are cool. Yeah, they are fighting evil. That is true too. There's reasons why they have military style inspirations. Okay, wait. So she needs a neckline. Do I just give her like a simple neckline? I probably should. Although maybe that's why I was giving her a collar like this. Was I planning maybe to give her like Miku's typical style of shirt? Because doesn't Miku usually wear like a tank top? What is Miku's usual shirt? Google Miku. ...
Oh? ...
You're right, Gary. What's that mean? Oh, Gary's trying to speak to me in Morse code and decided he really does not want to. He decided that Morse code is not something he wants to engage with right now, which, that's fine. He doesn't have to do that. Yeah, Miku just wears like a tank top that's sort of like this. So I wonder if maybe I was thinking about doing that for her, because they do seem to like designs that reference the base Miku design also, potentially. Might have started something again? What do you mean started something again? What does this Morse code say? Gary, what were you trying to tell me? Morse code translator. Man. Oh, I'm not losing tracking when I look over at my other monitor. That's actually beautiful. I'm so happy about that. With the Morse code. Oh, I did see you guys beeping and booping in the Discord today. Oh, he was just trying to tell us that Miku's amazing. I agree, Gary. I don't know why you're trying to tell me that in a coded manner, but like, I agree with you. If you were afraid I was gonna disagree, I'm not going to. I also happen to like Miku. Maybe that's why I was giving her a tie too. Maybe she could have like a long tie in here, although that might be too busy. I didn't make another layer! I wanted to do this on its own layer! I guess we could still play bingo with me attempting to draw things, which is me forgetting to fix what layer I'm on. There we go, like give her like a narrow tie or something, and maybe I could add some like motif to the bottom of it so it's interesting, maybe. Shroom Metroid music is nice. I have been enjoying this particular playlist we've been using over the winter. It is a winter Nintendo music playlist, which has been quite fun to listen to. Oh, and I wonder, I guess maybe I could give her like some kind of thing on her tie also, because she does usually have that. But then this could help to keep the top part of the design from being too complicated, maybe? Squeiji drawing bingo. Yeah, that's where we have to put the Price Master reference, Miku reference. There is a reference I should take off that list because I don't make it anymore because I'm angry. Apparently, didn't the final episode of Trigun's new season come out already, or did it not already release? It may be that we're at the point where it's coming out soon, and I just don't know. I've managed to avoid FOMO this far, and I'm going to continue to. I will not be going back for it. I'm impressed that your Miku is done already, but I'm just very slow at drawing, so that's why my Miku is not done yet. I'm also thinking too hard about her. I'm like, okay, skirt. What do I want to do for a skirt for her? Part of me wants to give her like a tiered skirt of some sort, but then again, I could also just give her like a not as complicated skirt. They tend to usually go for high-waisted skirts for Snow Miku designs. That's another trend I've somewhat noticed. So like if I started up here, if only I could draw an arc. Higher-waisted skirts. I don't know if we've seen many like cupcake-shaped skirts before, so maybe that would be cute. And I could do something that's like... That actually might be too high-waisted, actually. Hang on. Oh, but I liked it overlapping with a tie. Maybe I'll have to add some... Oh, wait, but I shouldn't make it too high-waisted because I need space to put the bow on it. So this might be an appropriate height for her skirt. And then if it has, like, you know, this is the area where, like, this is the ribbon or something around her waist. Give her a slightly rounded skirt shape. This will be the first... Wait, hang on. I'm lying to you. I am going to give her a tiered skirt. But I think I'm going to give her a tiered skirt that's just, like... rounded. So like here's the top tier, and then we'll give her like a second tier that replicates this style of ruffle maybe. And then we could do another layer under that perhaps that's like, okay, here's a layer, and then we get a layer that repeats this style of pleating. You know? Is this too much? Maybe this is too much. This might be too much. It might be too high also. Doubt. Don't know about that. Maybe I'd just go back to this skirt, because honestly I don't hate this skirt. I just have to figure out how to integrate it, because I don't think I drew the butterfly that's off to the side very nicely. And I do enjoy the repetition of this shape, but I have to figure out what I'm going to do in the center of it. Strokes keep getting interrupted midway. Oh, like when you're drawing in Magma, is it not letting you complete a shape? That's frustrating, if that's what's happening. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hi, Star! Welcome back for 10 days. Yes. Oh, man. See, that's why I'm also not drawing mine in there, because it just doesn't like me. It just does not cooperate. What folder am I in right now? Is it this one? This one. How many layers do I have here? Oh, this is just on its own layer for some reason. Does this need to move up, maybe? Maybe. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. If I flesh out where these parts are going, I could potentially live with this as a skirt for it. Was there a tie on last year's winner? Now we're getting to peek inside the mind of EG. I'm gonna overthink again. Just pardon me, just allow me one more overthink. Let's see. How many winners are wearing ties is my next thing I'm curious about. Last year's winner has a tie on, and out of the finalists, 1, 2, 3 of them have ties. Ooh, wait, maybe have I found another trend? 2 years ago, none of the finalists have ties. They all have bows. They all have ribbons around their neck. Hang on, hang on. Prior to that, oh, we're back in ties and ribbon. Okay, it seems like ties and ribbons around the neck are very common. And it seems like certain years, they only pick designs that have ties on. Which is interesting for finalists. Oh, okay, all right. We're gonna keep the tie, I think. I think the tie is going to stay. Trend, something around the neck. I don't know if that counts as a trend, but you need to have a ribbon, like, or a tie under a collar. It seems like collars are way more common than I was giving credit to. There's a collar on almost every finalist most years. And I don't say that as if, I don't mean just like a shirt collar. Of course the shirt has to have a place where your head goes through, but like this kind of style of collar, or like a sailor style collar, like there's collar design. Nobody is wearing like turtlenecks or blouses or things that don't have some element that folds over on the top of it, which is maybe because they are trying to stay somewhat close to Miku and what she looks like, which would make sense. The plot thickens. I want to drag this in more so that it overlaps with the tie in a better way. Or maybe it shouldn't overlap with the tie. Maybe I've got to push it back a little bit. Yeah, that might be a better solution. I don't want things to feel too crowded, because I think that's one of the struggles that magical girl design can often fall into. And as I was looking through a lot of designs for finalists, they did feel kind of overwhelming. Why is there sound coming from Magma right now? I just got sound in Magma. Hello? Hello? Absolute Makers arrived. How y'all doing today? Hi! Welcome in. We're doing swell. How are you doing? Someone started a call. Karma, did you try and call us? We're not doing call-ins on stream. How silly. Wait, okay, hang on. Maybe this skirt goes down? I feel like it's too high right now. But I feel like it's too low at the same time. How is that possible? How is the skirt too high and too low? Is that possible? Scratch his head? Looking for a setting button. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Think about Miku and how to cosplay her. See, I don't think I could ever cosplay Miku, because just the idea of trying to make her wig sounds incredible in the amount of work it would require. I think it'd be too overwhelming for me. I don't know if I could manage to contribute enough time to that just in the, department of making a wig. But the ones that people have made are so sick. Have you guys seen like the Miku, what was it? There was like a Miku meetup? When was that? That was like a year or two ago? Don't tell me that was more than 2 years ago, but there was like a Miku meetup where people all dressed as like different variants of Mikus. There were like crafted Mikus and Snow Mikus and Sakura Mikus and whatever Miku you can name. Miku in Shiesty, Miku in all kinds of different things were there. They were very cute. I was lamenting because I think that wherever I was at that point in time, I don't think it was like vacation, but it may have been. I may have been on vacation near where it happened, and I was like, no, I wish I could have gone into the Mikuverse. I mean, it wasn't called that. Was it in New York? It might have been in New York. I'm trying to think of where I would have been that it would have been not too far from, because it wasn't a city, and they like awarded somebody as the winner of like the Miku dress-up event they were doing. What was it? Well, I'll drink some. I'll have a little hot chalky maybe. It is hard. Pain to wear a Miku wig. I wore mine to Otaku-thon last year and I couldn't take the wig pain. Oh no, it'd probably be so heavy, wasn't it? Oh man, I didn't even think about weight. I was just thinking about making it and how hard that would be to construct. A friend of mine cosplays her a lot and one of her twin tails fell off in a performance. Oh my god, that is a nightmare. Wig snatched. Wig totally eviscerated and destroyed. Oh no. Man, that is rough, unfortunately. Dang. Oh no. I'm so sorry to your friend. Into the Mikuverse? That's not what it was called. What was it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? She won anyways. I mean, if she kept the performance going despite it happening, I would give her the victory for that anyway. I think she would need a victory after the terror and horror of wig loss. Got Velcro stuck in my hair, trying to take it off by myself. Ooh, that sounds uncomfy also. My hair is of a length and texture where things don't really get stuck in it, but I can remember being a kid. Let me tell you, Shrewmates, if you have siblings, do any of you have silly putty nightmare stories? I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one. I'm an older sibling. I have a little sister. Oh, I love her dearly. She was a little jerk to me sometimes. She was a little jerk to me sometimes. My little sister, one time when I was younger, snuck into my room at night and cut my bangs with safety scissors while I was asleep. I woke up and she had cut my bangs like diagonally, like up across my forehead so that they were not in a straight line any longer, and cut a chunk out of like the side of my hair on one side of my head. And I like woke up, didn't know what had happened. Like I knew my hair felt weird. I was like, mind you, I was like 7, I think at this time. And I think my sister was maybe 5. We were little. Yeah, like the little like construction scissors, the kind they give kids. They were sharp enough to cut my hair, let me tell you. And I like went out to the kitchen and I was like, my hair's a little weird, but like I kept my hair kind of messy. And my mother was like, she was like, what have you done? What did you do to your hair? She immediately blamed me. She was like, what did you do to your hair? Oh my God. I was like, huh? I was like, I didn't do anything to my hair. What do you mean? I didn't do anything to my hair. And then she, at some point we went to my bedroom and saw that my like pillow was all covered in hair. It was like all in the bed. And the safety scissors were in my sister's room. She took them back with her. She outed herself accidentally. She did not do a good job cleaning up after her crime. This is during the brief period of time where we didn't sleep in the same room also. We slept in the same room for a long time. But there was a point in time where we didn't for a little bit because we weren't getting along. Evidently we weren't getting along. Ooh, I'm spilling my hot chalky a little bit. Whoops, I'm getting too intense in my description of my sister betraying me. But also, in our discussion of things getting stuck in your hair like Velcro, my sister did in fact go like this, me just like show you a gesture to me with a handful of silly putty. She went and she just stuck it to the back, like upper corner of my head. And when I was a kid, I didn't have short hair. I had a much more EG-like, frick butt bob, as I call it, with bangs. And she stuck it to like the upper, like, corner of my head while we were at my grandparents' house. And I was so mad. I remember crying. It took us so long to get it out of my hair. She was in big trouble for that one. But that's the only time I can ever remember having something stuck in my hair. I cut my hair off when I was in high school, and I never looked back. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I had wasps stuck in my hair once. Long hair is a burden, and it is meant to harm me. I will not do it. Also, playing sports with long hair sucked. Your hair was always in your face, and it was long and got sweaty, and not worth. With my pixie cut, I could just put a headband on and then play sports. It was so nice. That's all it took. It just stayed out of my eyes. It was fine. Basically always in a ponytail. Oh, I spilled my hot chocolate even more. Why am I so uncoordinated right now? What's happening? This is what I get for using an open mug while I streamed. I usually don't spill it. Other than that one time I spilled it all over myself. That was kind of bad. But that's how I was when I had long hair. It was always in a ponytail. So it was really funny when I cut all my hair off and everyone complained. They were like, oh, you were so cute with your long hair though. It was so pretty. Girl, what? When did you ever see me with my hair down? My hair is poker straight, unstylable. Like I have, what is it called? What is the hair texture where your hair is so straight that if you like tie it in a knot, it unties itself? That's me. That's my hair. My hair is poker straight and super duper thin, and it looks like it's painted my skull. My hair never looked nice long. Draw Miku? What's that? Are you not aware of our Lord and Savior Hatsune Miku? How is this? How is that true? How is that possible? I didn't even fathom there might be people here who don't know who Miku is. Miku, ooey-oo. Miku, you can call me Miku, but I'm not Miku. Miku is a Vocaloid. She is a virtual singer. Look at her, isn't she cute? You can use her as an instrument to sing instead of you. She has Japanese and English models that let her sing. Look at her, she's blue. She's got pigtails. Iconic, isn't she? I had this at the ready. Right now we are designing Snow Mikus because the company, or one of the companies that license out Miku, the character, is having a design contest. What does that sound? Hang on. Oh, I heard a sound that sounded like there was like something cracking somewhere, and it sounded like it's coming from the ceiling, but I think it's just snow dripping through, like dripping off of my apartment. Ooh. Oh, they're asking what the link is. Oh. The link is if you would like to draw with us. I'm doing some drawing right now, and some of the shroommates are also doing some drawing right now. We're drawing our own Miku designs. If you have interest in drawing a Miku design, you could join it. If I go to the other room, I can show you. Yoink. Also, the way I held my hot chocolate and only drank one sip of it and then spilled it on myself. What's wrong with me? Anyone can join? Yeah, if you want to join, you can. Just be nice to everybody else who is in there. Pick your own Miku template if you want to draw on one of them. But yeah, you can join. You're allowed in. It's still snowing, 20 degrees over here for some reason. It's not snowing here right now, but it's not that warm. We got a little more snow a couple days ago. Some people got hit by a real crazy, like, second blizzard, but ours wasn't quite so bad. I was also in a ponytail all the time before I started cutting it short. Yeah, hack. Shroommates, if you don't like wearing your hair down, if you wear your hair in a ponytail every single day of your life because it's too much work and effort to try and do stuff with it otherwise, or because you just don't have fun with it, get a pixie cut. Anyone who tells you that a pixie cut is high maintenance is lying to you because they don't want you to get a pixie cut. The only thing high maintenance about a pixie cut is the fact that you have to get it trimmed a little bit more frequently maybe than people who have long hair. But like, there are pixie cut styles that are not high maintenance. All I have to do when I wake up in the morning is I wet my hair and then I blow dry it upside down. And it takes like 5 minutes and I'm done. That's it. And then my hair looks great. It is such a hack. It is such a win. Hair's too wild and thick for a pixie cut. Mad Buns, I promise you there is a pixie cut style that you could probably do with thick hair. I promise you. Where's Miraku? Where's my hair? Not my hairdresser. Where's the Shroom State hairdresser? Pixie cut is hair maintenance if you have fine hair and big head. Always had to style my fine hair. But I have fine hair. I have fine hair too, Miraku. I also have fine hair. I have not a lot of hair and my hair's very thin. All I have to do is flip my head upside down to blow dry it and it gives my hair enough volume that I get through the day and it's fine. I don't have to do anything crazy with it. Listen to the expert. No, Riroku, you're working against me. You have a tiny head, Squeiji. Do I? Riroku, how do you know what my head looks like? How do you know that about me? How do you know I have a tiny head? I don't think I have a tiny head. Is my head that small? I don't think my head's that small. Maybe I'm just small as a person and that's what you mean. The con pictures. Oh, did you see the con pictures? Did I post them somewhere? I don't remember putting the con pictures somewhere. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Perhaps. Hasn't EG literally talked about not being able to wear hats? Maybe I have. Maybe I have. Maybe. Okay, what I'm trying to say is try a pixie cut. People make a bigger deal out of the difficulty with styling pixie cuts than I think they should. Talk with your hairdresser about what it would entail for you. I admit I'm not an expert with cutting hair, but it works pretty easily for mine at least. Hot minute back. I thought I didn't post the pictures from Otakon in the server, but maybe I did. I guess I may have? Don't know. Get the right pixie cut and be willing to style if your texture requires it. Yes, that is the legal statement. But look at these cute Mikus. This one's got fun asymmetry, and she's got a little bonnet on. I still love how cute this little snowman one is. This Miku's got a little onesie on. Sky Rhymes has little bunnies all in her hair, which is very cute. You made a whole channel to post them. Oh my god, was that the start of the IRL channel? Did that not exist prior? My memory is so bad. My memory is terrible. Oh, Oxide, this is so cute. I love the shape that you've used for the dress. That's really cute. You should make this into a Snow Miku and submit her. You should do it. I'm gonna say this to everyone. Whoa! This is like a crazy deer stalker hat. That's sick. I love that. Oh, Salma! She's so cute too! Showmates, you guys should like actually do these and submit them. Because they're so cute. They're so cute. You guys should all submit your Snow Mikus. This is my propaganda. Pixie cuts and Snow Miku. You should all listen to me. Vivlane, this is also sick. Piepro may be horrified to see this, but I love this. Conceptually, horror Miku I feel like is something we haven't done enough of. Mad Buns! She's so cute also. Mad Buns, are you actually entering the one that is like behind it? Is that a real entry that you are working on perhaps? Maybe? Potentially? I am? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's what we like to hear. Hell yeah. Oh, look at these ones. Oh my gosh, Riroku did go for the all the layers. 12-layer Princess Miku. Very cute. Love being distracted. Fair. I love her hair accessories, Nyla. Those are cute. Aspen! She's got a little butterfly, or like, is it maybe a fox? Little mask on, which is cute. And then this one, I can't tell who's working on this one, but I'm really interested by what you're doing with her hair. I am so intrigued. It almost feels like a bird in some ways. It's interesting. I'm intrigued. Just drawing my own? Yeah, no, do whatever you want. Draw whatever you want for Mikus. Draw as much or as little Miku as you want. Do it. Join me. Miku Miku Uyu. I hate this less. I was looking at this and I was like, I kind of hate it. I hate this less. I don't hate this, actually. There's a part of me that's like, I could give her a vest, but I don't know if I'll do that. Also, one of the interesting trends with Snow Miku too that I should have noted down in my crazy document is that Snow Mikus usually have sleeves. They usually have very little skin showing, if any. The only skin they usually have showing is in like their legs and their face, maybe their neck, but they very rarely have any amount of arm. They usually have long sleeves. You see, I won against Riroku in tic-tac-toe. Are you guys playing tic-tac-toe? I mean, they are snow-themed. They are. A lot of these things do come down to designs being snow-themed, but like, that having been said, this design has no sleeves. This design has like really high gloves to offset being sleeveless. So like most designs do play around with length of those elements, but the arms end up being pretty much completely covered. This one's short sleeves, which is maybe uncommon. A lot of tights too in winners, I'm noticing too. I gotta stop looking at trends. I gotta just make a Miku. I should just make a Miku. Come on, AG, just make the Miku. Didn't win, it was a tie. Oh, Nyla, are you lying about your contest? How could you? Why are you lying? Coming in here, Xenoblade music, incredible. I've been enjoying the playlist. It's a good playlist. I guess I could steal my hairstyle from my other design also, because for as much as I like took this design all the way to flat colors, I don't like it. I might steal my hairstyle and the ribbons in the hair, though. And also this thing. Perhaps. Because, look at this. This is a treble clef and a butterfly. Aren't I so smart? I have not figured out a good way of integrating it into the designs, though. I have to find some better way of integrating it somehow, because I feel like just sticking it in as a hair accessory isn't that well integrated, despite that being how a lot of designs handle elements like that. Maybe I just have to make her a little hair clippy? Have a complaint? Don't have enough room for hair accessories. Sorry, did I not make it wide enough? Oh my gosh, wait, did I close Magma? I might have closed it. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, sorry, they are really narrow. I wanted to make sure that we weren't making the canvas too big or too wide, but I will be honest with you, like my Mikus, when I make them, their hair is super duper wide a lot of the time. I'm sorry I made it so narrow. I apologize. I fully admit that that is a goof up. I have goofed. Yuck. Oh wait, hang on. For her skirt, could I maybe do like, well, I don't know if that would work. I'm trying to figure out what to do for the bottom edge of this skirt, because I feel like I don't actually understand what I want to do with it right now. Because one of my ideas was to have, like... Oh, where's my symmetry tool? Like, here's the waistband, maybe... Ooh, that doesn't line up at all. Waistband. In here, and have it be on the outside. But at the same time, I could also just give her the typical, like, Miku-style shirt. Which might be a fun thing that just kind of overlaps here. Although it might want to be a little bit longer so it sits on top of it. I have, like, decision paralysis. I've actually done 0 new drawing today. I think I drew 3 lines. Oh, man. Oh, my. Oh, I hear Jubby just got home. I hear Jubby in the house somewhere. You've heard of Corey in the house. Now prepare yourself for Jubby in the house. Jubby is now in the White House. Do you guys know the show I'm talking about? I feel like I didn't like that, what I was doing with the, like, sort of, like, vest style. So maybe I do have to, like, put this here. Miku in the house, hiding in the Wi-Fi. That's true. She is always in my house. Rather than traditional bows, can you do the treble butterflies making the halves of the bows? I could, but I fear that that may be too high of detail for her in her clothing. Because this is something I've been fighting with for Snow Miku and also just chibi designs in general, is that their torsos are so small. I feel like there is so much more detail I would want to add in a torso that I can't, just because her torso is so short. So like all of these elements end up overlapping or close to overlapping just because there's just not that much space. So like this needs to be about this wide probably for this ribbon to make sense. I can get rid of that because it's behind on both sides, but then I need to make the tie longer probably, which is here? Or should the tie be shorter? The tie should probably overlap with that. Overlap creates interest and accentuates depth. I don't know. Why is my 12-layer kimono 3 layers? Yeah, it's tough. You have to simplify so much on chibis. And I am saying that as if I don't draw characters that have incredibly small torsos. Where are all my little guys? Like, when I draw characters, it's like, alright. Here's the torso! From here to here. But I have long legs and longer arms when I draw characters. So that way I can still fit more elements in a way that feels natural and not like I've, you know, overloaded the design with things. But man, I'm struggling with her. Although I kind of like this. I'm not upset with where this is going right now anymore. I should steal my hair from this one though. Where's my hair layer? It's probably in here. Yes. Did I label the layer that is called hair? This one, is this also hair? Don't know what this is. This one and this one I think are hair. Whoops, I should stick us back also somewhere that, oh, there we go, perfect. Somewhere that you don't have to see all this nonsense over here. I get that it helps being able to see my layers sometimes and how I'm navigating, but I hate the way it looks on stream. Does it bug you? It kind of bugs me. Maybe it's just me. Just realized, is Snow Miku Design a chibi? She is a chibi, because the Nendroids are sort of chibi. They're only, like, 2.5 heads tall, I think, in their designs. Oh, hi there. Hi, Hera. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Streammates, can you rotate for the Raiders, please? Hi. Hello. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today, I am trying to work on my Snow Miku design, and I'm struggling. I've been struggling with Snow Miku for a while. If you are unfamiliar, every winter, Pia Pro, who is one of the companies that license Miku merchandise and just, I guess, her in general, they are partial, I guess, owner of Miku? I don't know what the particular language for that is, but Pia Pro holds a contest to design Snow Mikus every year. I've participated the last 4 years. This will be my 5th year doing it. But I'm struggling. Usually I've got a decent bit of time to work on my Snow Miku design, and most years I submit 2, if not 3 designs. I'm probably only gonna have 1 this year because I can't figure it out. This theme is, I'm struggling with it. This year's Snow Miku was cute, right? The winner for 2026 was really cute. This was the, whoops, whoops, I've stranded my tab in a way I can't use it. The 2026 winner is really cute. Right now we're designing for 2027, which is a crazy thing to think about. That's not a real year. 2027's theme is Secret Metamorphosis. So it seems like part of the consensus as to what that means is locks, keys, butterflies, and magical girl elements. I did my Snow Miku Design conspiracy board for like the first 1.5 hours of stream. Because I have so many thoughts about how they go about deciding which elements they'll use for like Miku designs. I'm crazy. I overthink everything, but I'm trying to have fun with it. The Shroommates right now, while I'm working, are also making Mikus. You guys can join if you would like, also Hera's fellas. In Magma! I've got a pin thing if you'd like to draw on the Miku base that I make for Snow Miku. We've got a number of people who are making some Mikus! Look at them! They're so cute! But how was your stream, Hera? What were you up to? Enough about me, what about you? What were you up to? I saw the mods got a shout out for you, but I was too slow to click it. But welcome in. Hi. Cute? Thanks. I'm glad you think it's cute. Is that a Trails Kiseki music? This is Pokemon music, I believe, right now. It was great. New Resident Evil game, super scary. Oh, wait, is this the new Resident Evil that has older Leon Kennedy in it? I've been seeing people who are very favorable towards the way they've aged him up, perhaps, is the way I would say that. Super scary? I hope it's fun, despite being really scary. Sounds so similar. Yes? Something tells me that Hera may, in fact, be a fan of the new version of Leon Kennedy. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. I can't handle scary stuff. I am a wimp. But I do, like, watch over Jubby's shoulder when they play scary games. Jubby mostly plays Silent Hill, I think, but has also played some Resident Evil, and I tend to, like, skitter away into another room when things get too intense. But I hope you enjoyed it. Kamui_404, thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Aw. Yeah, no, I envy people. I envy people who can play scary games, because I can't do it. It's not possible for me. I can't do it. I won't sleep. I just cannot sleep at all if I watch something like that. It keeps me up real bad. What can you do? It's just the way I'm built. I meant to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure and not Silent Hill. Way to do. It's the way it goes. Anyways, I was trying to erase things. These hair accessories. Goodbye. Don't need this one. This whole thing I was trying to do, giving her antennas, too much. Calm down, EG. She doesn't need antennas, it's okay. Can't play Minecraft with monsters, so understandable. Oh my god, wait, am I not alone? No, I hate playing. The only part I dislike about playing Minecraft is trying to do like any amount of cave spelunking because I'm so on edge the whole time. I'm so anxious because I have never been great at combat in most games that require any amount of like real-time skill. I don't have good reaction speed, which is maybe why I don't do well with horror in general. But like with Minecraft, I never react fast enough and in the correct way. I have jumped off of like ledges to my death more times than I think mobs have actually killed me because they scare me and I run away instead of trying to fight them. Why? It's unproductive. What can you do? Oh, but I forgot to say, Hera, if you and your fellows need to eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. But please look after your health first and foremost, I'm begging. We'll take good care of you if you want to stick around. You can Miku with us if you want. Miku, ooh. I have white hair, purple eyes. I'm hiding in your french fries. Please don't eat me. If you want to stick around. But please prioritize looking after yourselves. First and foremost. Used to be great at Minecraft combat before the Nether update. But the sounds for the zombies and their cousins is just no. Yeah, the sounds do get a little overwhelming. I do appreciate at least that Minecraft in the modern day has, or I don't even think it's just modern Minecraft, but Minecraft has had an accessibility feature where they tell you what direction a sound is in. I cannot survive in Minecraft without it. My auditory processing issue and the fact that I can't hear well in one ear makes it awful to try and play games where you need to rely on directional audio cues because they just like don't, those things like don't make it easy for you if you don't have that as an ability. Feature doesn't exist in Bedrock. Like, that sucks. That is an important accessibility feature, I would argue, that absolutely should exist. This is a hair ribbon. Is what this is. I should note that down. There we go. Notes. Remember to name your layers, Shrewmates, so you don't just have layer 21 somewhere in the middle. This is a skirt I don't like. Go away. What is this? This is the tie. So now when I start trying to combine and recombine elements, I'll know what they are. So this is top. I spelled tiered correctly. I thought I spelled it wrong. These should just go in this folder because I think I'm using this. I think this is the outfit. Get rid of that. Is there anything in this folder? No. Oh boy. Not maybe 30 layers all unnamed. You'll find that that's how most of my files are. Somehow this is layer 5. And this is layer 22, despite being right next to each other. So this is skirt. Main. What is this? Why did this get its own layer? Great question. It doesn't need it. Unlabeled layer 156. I mean, if you look in any of these folders, I have layer 3 copy 2, layer 3 copy, longbow, layer 17, layer 14, layer 1 copy 5, layer 1 copy 6, layer 13, layer 16, layer 15. I'm not naming my layers usually, but I should be. It's a habit I should get into more of. Because organization is good and useful. Okay, the hair ribbons will stay. She looks kind of funny right now with her current state of baldness, but I am enjoying how much more pared down this one is than some of my other iterations were. I should probably have some sort of pattern work on her skirt. And I'm wondering if the best thing to do for her skirt is to give her a, like, somewhat typical Miku skirt, where she has, like, oh. Hang on. These things. You know what I mean? Where she's just got, like, the pleats, essentially, that run all the way up. Although that might be a little bit too much, I wonder. But that feels like something that is both Idol and Magical Girl and Miku aligned, right? Maybe... Hang on, fix this angle. And then like that. And then maybe I can have something on here. Although that's maybe too many parallel lines. Hang on, never mind. I need less parallel lines. Maybe I could have it be something where it comes down like this and then splits, so that way the parallel lines aren't all in the same area. And then I could have something that's like a little like element there, and then have patterning along the bottom edge. That feels like it's a little bit less cluttered. And see, this is why I struggle so much with trying to design for chibi on top of designing for magical girls, is that a magical girl wants to have a lot of layers. An idol wants to have a lot of layers. The skirts want to be complicated. Like, this would probably be a little bit higher. But there's, like, not a lot of space to do any of that. When you are working on a chibi, like, that might feel like too much on that side. But honestly, this isn't so bad. I might just need, like, a snow element that can go along this edge so that we have something horizontal happening. But I don't hate this. Maybe this is a good location to have a secondary motif also, instead of just having bows that repeat all over the place. Also, something I'm surprised that we don't see as much in Miku designs is we don't see her numbers as often as I would think that we would also. Her Project Voltage designs often have 0, 1 somewhere in them. Like this Miku, that's not the tab. Hello, wait, hang on. This Miku from Project Voltage has 0, 1 on her tie. Do any of the other designs do that? It doesn't seem like it's something that happens all that often. Other people don't seem to be doing it. Maybe I could put the lock or key on her skirt, maybe. I could try that. Forgot about it? Yeah, I feel like maybe I should just lean more into making this, like, Miku but magical girl idol with butterfly, instead of trying to worry so much about whatever else I'm doing with designing her outfit. Make this something that is inspired by Miku's base design a little bit more, because we had a winner a very long time ago that was more directly influenced by her base design, but we haven't had one in a while. So I could put sort of like a thick bottom edge to her skirt here, like her base design has, maybe. And then that's mirroring the edge I would have here, so then I could render these with the same color, perhaps. I feel like the fact that I can't see where her shoulder is might be a little bit weird there. I'll solve that at some point. But this is working. Perhaps. I wonder if I could get a musical motif here and here, and then I could stick the funny butterfly thing, which, I don't even know what layer that's on. Oh, it's this layer. Perfect. Look at this. Look how simple this is. Bam, I already made it. Then I could stick this maybe on like her bangs or something as like a clip off to one side or the other. I love this thingy. This is my number one tip when I'm drawing things that are funny little metal elements, is that I will just draw the element in white and I will give it an outline in Clip Studio Paint. It's so nice. It's like if I draw on this layer. Whoops. I can create whatever kind of like element I want that already has the proper line weight on it for whatever I'm doing, so then I can visualize it a little better. Which, that's what I probably should have done for like that epaulette edge right there. But it's not the worst idea. It's also, yeah, very helpful if I'm blocking something out. I'm blocking this out by drawing, but a lot of the times when I block stuff out, I'll be like, okay, skirt. Okay, and then I want to have like a trim like this somewhere. I could do like silhouette blockouts with this sometimes. It's nice. I love Clip Studio Paint. Okami Toge, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But here, I'm gonna hide this. This is her butterfly treble clef, which I'll keep on hand. Let me look at some musical things. Let me look at some musical symbols. I have some, oh, here, there. My horrible grainy image. Repeat symbols I'd wanted to use at some point for something. I don't know if I just want to go for a basic music note, because I feel like that's not inspired enough. But maybe it is. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I should just go for that. Maybe I should just go for a music note on her dress. I could go for a lock or a key. Surprised I haven't seen any music note keys for that sort of locked motif people were going for with designs. Instinctually tries to press Control S to save the web page. That's definitely something I would do also. Let me just see if I can find any other like music symbols. I took piano for like 5 years. So theoretically I should know more than it seems like I do. But that was also when I was a kid. I don't think this has any new ones that I didn't already have here, but it's better quality than this is, so I'm gonna get rid of this nonsense. What? That was hard to see. What is this symbol in music? I've never seen this X before. This is a bunch of symbols, but I feel like none of those are real symbols. I feel like that's weird AI nonsense as I scroll through things. Oh wait, this tells me what the symbols are called. Interesting. Here, grab this. What are these? Double tongue, breath mark, double sharp. Ooh, I'm not just regular sharp, I'm double sharp. I'm sharper than the rest of them. Eighth rest is kind of specific. Bartok Pizzicato is just a power button. That's something for Miku. She's digital. Arpeggio. Ooh. Coda. This seems like it might be an icon that could be ripe for turning into a snowflake or something, maybe. Half rest. Like, this is a fun shape also, but I don't know what most of these are. Because they were not things I ever used. What is a coda in music? I'm not even drawing still. I'm still just doing research. What is a coda? It's pointing at it. That's cool. Italian for tail. Yeah, I know that. But what does it mean in music? What is it in music? CODA is child of deaf adults. Not helpful. That's not the answer I'm looking for. Man, abbreviation overlap is such a problem. Coda is a part you repeat and then end the song. Oh. Distinct section. The ending section of a piece has a very final feeling to it. Oh no, there's people saying all kinds of funny things about it. Okay. Coda is the end of a song, so I'll keep this in my pocket and ready. Oh, my hand is still missing. Can I have my hand back? There we go. I'll keep this in mind. What was the other one I was looking at here? This is a fun symbol. What is this? S-E-G-N-O? Senyo? Segno? Oh. This come up? What does it mean? From the sign? It is the sign. It is DS. From the sign. You play the bar you're on, then go to the sign. Keep playing along like it ain't no thing. I love reading all of these responses because for some reason I'm only getting Reddit answers to what these musical elements are instead of like, you know, any kind of like musical literature or like sources otherwise. These are great. Okay. Capo from the beginning. Oh, okay. So this is just marking a spot to jump between. Koda's a Japanese singer who did the opening for part 2 of JoJo. That's lovely. I'm happy for them. Turn, whole rest. Give me a whole rest. Pedal up. This just looks like a ball of slime exploding. Clippy's fancy cousin? Why is that? Why are they related? Half rest. Pedal down. Why does pedal up get to be a fun little symbol, but pedal down is just the word PED? Mordant upper. Mordant lower. Glissando. I know what that is at least. I think I'm thinking too hard about this. I think I need to do something not as intense. Oh wait, but I'm remembering something now. Do I need to add another layer? Hang on. Shreemates, am I overcomplicating? Pull me back down. If I add to this design... Walk with me here. If I add... something like this to the design, that makes the center of these bows feel like a lock, while this also kind of feels like an antenna. Is this too much? Am I doing too much? Maybe this is too much. I might have to make this area a little bit bigger if I'm gonna do that. I feel like that's a creative thing to do, but at the same time, I feel like I'm complicating it. I'm doing too much. Edward likes it. Do we have any other thoughts? This is why I've been so stuck designing for this, though, is that I keep doing things and I'm like, this is probably too much. I should do less. This is not enough. I should do more. And then I've been going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and not making progress. I think it's good. Okay. All right, I'll believe you. I have to make these things bigger if I'm going to do that, probably. Let me do that on the layer where this is. Top. Yeah, there we go. So like, if I want to do this, I probably need to make this just bigger in the center section. I'll have to relocate where that tail is coming out, potentially. Try and see if it works for the size. That's true. And then if I go like this. What? Erase that out of there. It's not super clear from a distance, but I feel like it is a nice specific element. Let's just decide what help you win, like injection mold thinning. Some of the designs have details that are incredibly small in them, though, that have won. Maybe I do need to make it just a little bit bigger, perhaps. But then there's a part of me that feels like doing this is such a cartoony move that would not be done typically. And again, I'm like fusing elements in a way that people might not. But like, that's not bad. That's kind of not bad. That's kind of okay. I could probably live with that. What in the world is this layer? Oh. Like, make this even bigger. Right? Right? Surprisingly, thin things can be made in their injection molds. Because I've seen that they have, like, really thin ribbons that they've made out of plastic before. Because they have plastics that are somewhat flexible. I don't know what they're called in injection molding, but in 3D printing, it's usually like a TPU or like a Ninja plastic, but then they're not brittle so that they aren't at risk of breaking because of their thinness. And then, you know, like a cord or a thin ribbon or something, they can move a little bit. You know, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Maybe these thingies that are on the skirt then would be keys as like an icon or something? 2 locks, 2 keys, something, something. It makes sense. I have to design a key. Maybe I can design a key that feels like it's got a snowflake, or wait, could I design a key that looks like it is a musical note? Probably musical notes is that they're asymmetrical. So like the musical note part of it would probably have to be, well, the flag would make the most sense as the part that is the teeth, right? Maybe that's why people aren't really doing it, is because it's too complicated. But like if I do this, it's like, here's my musical note. This one I'd have to unreverse because you don't see upright musical notes at that angle. But like key, and then this part is the part where the teeth would be. And then I can like cut like a hole or something into it. Or 2 to make it clear that this is like a key? Again, I think I'm doing stuff that's just too small for what I'm doing, though. Not for this, but an interesting concept would be a set of music note-themed lockpicks. Oh, that would be neat. That would be so neat. Oh. I feel like my brain is not going to allow me to design a key that makes sense, so I should just do it not on her skirt right now. I have this whole other folder, or not folder, file, where I was designing other elements for this. Which is something I do sometimes, where I'm just like, okay, let's play around with motifs to see if I can design an element that makes sense using a combination of things. So like, I'm trying to figure out how to make a key. Let me not do this on my finished layer. Do I have a sketch layer here somewhere? Maybe I don't. Did I freehand all of those? Crazy past EG. Music note. Key. I'm gonna accidentally make it like Keyblade-y right now, but that's just because I need to think about it. So like this has to be pretty big for me to have space to make it a key. Although it doesn't have to be that deep. Maybe it's too deep right now, but it has to be kind of long. Like that. So then this does read as being a key, I think. If I clean it up. I would probably want something more of a detail on here, though. Maybe that would have a little section there. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Little key. Music note. Maybe this would work better as an accessory for her, because I do need to think of like a topical accessory for Miku. And I don't have one right now. One of the other things I had for this design that I thought was smart was I gave her a microphone that was a musical note. And maybe that'll be a better way of incorporating the musical note element into the design, because she is an idol. I did make her an idol magical girl. Liquify tool, how I miss you. Oh god, that's the other reason why I'm not using magma, is because I cannot survive without my liquify tool. I liquefy things constantly. I have to smear things around forever, everywhere, all the time. I feel like the locks are overdoing it. I feel like I've added too many layers. She is an idol, she is a magical girl, she is in the winter, and she has butterflies in her design. That's already idol, magical girl, winter, butterfly. That's already 4. That's already 4 elements. Maybe no locks. Maybe we're not doing locks. Maybe I remove those. This is why I iterate. This is why we try things, though. It seems cool, but maybe not for this. So then I can just give her a musical note on her skirt, or like a musical symbol, without having to also make it a key to make sense of these things. I gotta stop doing so much. But like, this is why I struggle to not make like 9 Snow Mikus, is because I would love to use that as a motif somewhere else that's not for this specific design. So then I'd make an entire other design just to use this motif. And then suddenly I've made 3 Mikus. All based around one element that I thought was clever. Each one gets 1 element. That's it. Found a hand-painted Minecraft texture pack yesterday. What do you mean by hand-painted? Like oil painted? Because I think I have seen one like that. I saw one once upon a time, I think on TikTok, where they were oil painting it. How do you import an image into Magma? I think you just copy-paste. Watch. If I go like this, wham. Where's Magma? Wham. Start in advance is gonna stick it somewhere. See? Just paste. So you may have to flatten something if you're gonna plop it in there. They painted the Minecraft textures on paper and imported them into Minecraft. I think I know what you're talking about, Hoshi. I think I've seen it before. Oh, wow, more snowy-y. This one's become much more snowy-y. Everybody's like coloring theirs already. You guys fully designed Mikus in the time that it took me to waffle about one Miku. To go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth about a Miku. Whoa. This hair is neat. Are they wings? I'm so interested by what's going on there. I'm very intrigued. Oh, this is a nice kimono too. Riraku. That's cute. Edge case? What do you mean edge case? Edge case? Huh? Is that what it's called? Is that what the texture pack is called? Or someone else are you describing someone having trouble? Oh, it's the person, okay. I've definitely seen it before, but I don't know if I would recognize it. Oh, this is why this one wasn't merged. Hang on, I gotta erase it because it's inside the ribbon. Oh. I can't see anything. All of my things are overlapping. Oh, boy. Erase all of that. There we go. Secret Metamorphosis. Vaguely butterfly themed. Glad you saw it immediately. Yeah, no, I see it. I like the subtlety of the way you incorporated the butterfly elements. I feel like I might just be doing too much with them in mine. But then again, at the same time, the only butterfly elements are the ribbons and her little buns that feel sort of butterfly-like. Here's a question. Do we feel like these buns at the top of her hair are too, Sailor Moon-y? Are they too Sailor Moon-esque? They're not buns. They're supposed to be sort of wing-like. But is it? Do other magical girls have hair that's like that? Oh, wait, this girlie literally has this exact hairstyle. Pretty much. Oh boy, wait, that might be a problem. No, they're fine. I'm gonna making the bottom significantly different, but I didn't realize this one has a very similar hairstyle. Different shape doesn't feel like it to me. Okay, good. The way I zoomed over here and I was like, oh, that's quite similar. I wonder if I saw this and subconsciously was thinking about it when I did her buns that way. But it seems like buns with a ponytail under them is not an uncommon design element for a magical girl. Maybe just in general. So maybe it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's a Pokemon trainer with a Sailor Moon hairstyle. All right. If Pokemon can do it, I'm allowed. I'm permitted. I'm allowed. I give myself permission to do it. What was I doing? Where was I? What was I attempting? Oh, skirt. I'm figuring out this skirt. So I need to erase this where it's under the tie. These little things that I think are going to be musical notes. I should probably make them more specific than just a basic musical note, because I don't think it'd be very interesting if it was just a basic musical note. But what can I do to a musical note to make it more interesting? Could I double up on my butterfly element and give this like a wing shape or something to it? Maybe that is what I need to do. And then I can just copy this and paste it to the other side. Although I should probably change the alignment so that the rotation is centered with the center line here. So it's not a tangent. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. That seems like it kind of worked for me. Sad I missed the Magical Girl convo earlier. Hey, we can have a Magical Girl convo whenever we want. We can talk about Magical Girls at any time. Have I told you guys about how I almost got Tokyo Mew Mew banned from my elementary school? Have I told that story before? I feel like I might have, but I can't remember. Have you heard that one? Hi, Living Tombstone. Hi, hello. Oh, several new people here at once. Can we do a pre-cure tier list one day? Maybe we could. How? Tell us. So, my elementary school had the Tokyo Mew Mew manga, which to me is crazy. I think it's the only like anime or manga-esque thing that my elementary school library had. At least at that time. It was interesting. I, as a kid, was an anime fan because I had found on, oh, I think it was on Funimation? I think we got Funimation back in the day as a channel. And when I was sick at home one day, I had watched some anime, so I knew what anime was. I enjoyed it. I think that might have been back when I was watching, might have been Shugachara. One of those. I was watching something. But, you know, I liked magical girls. I liked anime. So I was watching anime. And one day when I was browsing in the library at school, I happened upon the Tokyo Mew Mew manga, which is a crazy thing for the school to have. They had the entirety of it from start to end. At least whatever was like released at that time, they had a lot of volumes of it, which was pretty crazy. I have a feeling that it was donated because I can't imagine my elementary school library acquiring it on their own. So I saw it and I was like, oh, anime, magical girl. I'm so excited. I would love to read this. So I tried to check it out and then was told no. I was told I cannot. I was told I am not permitted to do so. I cannot check Tokyo Mew Mew out because I was at too high of a reading level. Did you guys have that in school? Did you guys have reading levels? We had reading levels. I think I'm a 4th grader at this point. I, as a 4th grader, was assigned, I think like a 6th grade reading level or something. So at the library, when you went for library as like one of your like rotations or like specials, they would only let you check out books that were in the level you were currently reading at. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was reading The Hobbit as a 4th grader. Like, I can read whatever I want, and I was reading whatever I want. Fungi Father would check me books out of the library, as long as they were like appropriate, regardless of how challenging or not challenging they were, because one of the cardinal rules of the library is supposed to be that you don't tell people what they can and cannot check out. That's like one of the library rules, at least to me. But no, they told me I couldn't check it out to read it. I wasn't allowed, because since it was a manga, there weren't very many, like there's not a lot of text, so it was like a level like 2 or something. So I wasn't allowed. I couldn't check it out. So, you know what I did. I'm EG. I don't go down easy. I will always find a way to get what I want. So, one of my friends was a level 2. And I was like, listen. If you check that book out, could you check that book out? Because she wanted to read, and she was only a level 2 because she had like, what do you call it? A speech impediment. She could read fine, but because one of the things you had to do to like test your reading level or whatever was read out loud, she always had a bad time with it. So she was stuck at a level 2. I was stuck at a level 5. I was like, listen, I'll check out the book you want, which I don't even remember what the book she wanted was, but she wanted a higher level book and they wouldn't let her have it. I wanted a lower level book and they wouldn't let me have it. So we did a little swapsies. So that happened. We did the swapsies. I'm reading my book, which is the Tokyo Mew Mew, and I was reading it at recess because I was a little bit of a antisocial fella. I was not the most social, I was not the most energetic all the time. So I was reading my Tokyo Mew Mew at recess when a girl who I was not friends with, and then was an enemy of mine in high school, then a friend of mine in college, and now is just an enemy of mine again. Crazy the drama with that fella. But she saw the transformation sequence in Tokyo Mew Mew, which if you've read Tokyo Mew Mew, it's just like glowing silhouettes essentially of the body while they transform. You don't see anything. But she saw that and she was like, oh, you're looking at naked people, oh my god, and told the teacher on me. So the teacher confiscated my book, which I wasn't supposed to have anyway, because it wasn't mine. And I thought that was gonna be the end of the story. I was like, oh great, I'm in trouble. It got confiscated because there's nudity in it, so now they're investigating. I went home, complained to Shrew Mom and Fungi Father because they also thought it was kind of ridiculous I couldn't just check out whatever book I wanted. But I complained to both of them about it, and they were like, wait, show me it, because I actually had a second one. I had like volume 1 and 2 or something, and they like took volume 1 off me. And my mother was like, this is ridiculous. She's like, there's nothing in here. So she ended up calling the school about it, and she was like, children should be allowed to see things like this. This is not inherently inappropriate. This is artistic, and we don't see any like parts of the body either. It's just like a glowing silhouette. So Shrew Mom fought and won. They did put it back. And I did get it back, and then it was taken off of me still because it wasn't in my reading level, so we still ended up just sort of sneaking it. So Shrew Mom did have the victory, but I did still have to sneakily read it. But that almost became a crisis. Anyways, that's the tale. What a time. Let me put this over here. Oh wait, I'll have to offset it a little bit maybe, so you can see what it is. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta change the angle too. There we go, that'll work. get rid of this down here. Remember that with Ramo and Half is such BS trying to ban it? Yeah! The battle for Tokyo Mew Mew, yeah. One elementary school will stop at nothing to prevent its students from reading what they want to read. No Tokyo Mew Mew for me. I did get to read it though. And then eventually, I think my sister was at the reading level where she could read it. So I think that was how I ended up reading it after a certain point in time too. So I ended up stealing them from her. We used to pretend to be the characters. We had each character of like who got to be which character when we played outside. Back in the day of children running around and playing outside. I got to be Ichigo and I got to be Lettuce. I think I was mostly Lettuce. My sister mostly wanted to be Mint. And what is her name? Sakura? No, not Sakura. Sakura? What's the wolf girl's name? I can't think of what her name is now. My sister also liked Pudding. What's the wolf girl's name? Pudding, Lettuce, Mint. She has to be named after a food, right? In that trend? Ichigo's named Ichigo. What are they? Stopping kids from trying to read something because they're not in that level or whatever. Yeah, it is dumb. Sakura? Wait, what's her name? Sakura? Why am I saying Ichigo? Cherry blossom flavored stuff is a thing? Oh, the wolf? The wolf was named Sakura? That doesn't sound right to me. Huh? Oh, by Rexor. That doesn't sound right. I have to look this up. It's gonna drive me nuts now. Tokyo Mew. Is that really what her name was? Ichigo? Zakuro, yeah. Wait, that's her Japanese name. Oh, Barry. I barely even knew Barry existed. Names got shuffled in translations. Yeah, they did. Ichigo got to keep her name in the manga, at least, for the English translation. Lettuce was Lettuce, not Ratasu. Pudding is Pudding and not Buling. Mint instead of Minto. Sakura, what do they call her in the other versions? Indigo colors. Do we have other, like, versions of her name? Huh, she's the Great Wolf one. I had her name right. This doesn't actually list what the other versions of her name are, which is not helpful. Thank you, though. A wiki for your valiant attempt. Oh my gosh, the 2022 redesigns are interesting. But anyways, I'm Ichigo. My sister was Mint. I got to be the main character. Sakura means pomegranate. I didn't know that. Oh, delicious, delectable. Everybody gets to be a food. Okay. Skirt with music notes. That's not so bad. I feel like I could also somehow have, like, my, like, little snow motif be just, like, right there if I'm gonna have a pattern that's snow. So I don't have to put it in too many places. So I should have something that is a reference to snow, probably, in this design. Now we get to do legs. What do I do for legs? What do magical girls and idols wear on their legs, usually? Tall boots, short boots. I like this style of shoe. I wonder if they'll go for that style of shoe. Is that what this one has? No, she's boots. Maybe I'll steal Madoka's style of shoe. I like the little lacing with the ribbons because then I could repeat my ribbon motif, maybe? I could give her, like, tall socks or something. Perhaps. Let's see. What is... Sakura usually wears boots, it seems like. Although she's a couple pairs of flats with ribbons on them. This is, like, my favorite style of shoe to draw. So I should break out of my comfort zone and not draw it. But also at the same time, do you see how small Snow Miku's feet are? I think I even make them bigger in my version of the base. Because Nendoroids, their feet are, like, microscopic, non-existent. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just stick simple because I feel like there might just be too much going on otherwise. What is this? This is skirt. Skirt. Sorry. I let the intrusive thoughts win sometimes, and I just make noises. Yeah, simple is good. Yeah, maybe I should just not overcomplicate it and just give her... just, like... what do you call them? Like, this style of shoe? They're not Mary Janes, are they? Is that what you call the style of shoe? Let me redraw a triangle 19 times. just like that. And then you won't be able to see that like line in there maybe. And like this goes like that perhaps. I'll design a second Miku? Yeah, go ahead. If there's space, you can absolutely have a second Miku. I can make another sheet if we need more Mikus if we're running out. Although it seems like there's still 2 Mikus here. We got 3 Mikus on this page. We got 3 Mikus on this page. So there's some space. Go ahead. Make as many Mikus as you want. Oh my god, is this like a Gundam or like, whatchamacallit, like Super Sentai style Miku? Because I'm here for it. I'm so excited already. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Cute. Who is this? Who is this fella? I'm interested to see where that's going. Because we got a lot of Mikus. And then 1 different Miku. Do you like Kirby? I do like Kirby. I haven't played a Kirby game all the way through in my life ever, unfortunately, though. Oh, this Miku is so dapper. Look at her in her suit. Is she a conductor? Yeah, conductor Miku. Oh, I love this low ponytail for her. That's so cute. Wait, that's so good. Oh my gosh, these are so fun. Guys are doing a great job, making good work. I love Kirby. Kirby is cute. Joby and I were watching a video recently of a Kirby cafe that's in Japan. Hear me out. I don't like travel that much. I like going to places. I don't like flying. I don't like planes. I don't like not knowing what's going on around me. But having said that, if I'm going to travel to Japan, you better bet I am eating at the Kirby Cafe, I'm eating at the Final Fantasy Cafe, I'm eating at the, name like 5 to 10 other cafes that are themed after games. Oh my god, I want to go to them so bad. They're so cute. I love themed food. It's so cute. They're so creative with how they make them, and like all the like plates they use and dishware is so clever. The ones at the Kirby Cafe, some of them are kind of weird where you were like eating out of Kirby's mouth kind of, but like they're so cool. I would love to get to be the person who designs the plates for a Kirby Cafe. Can you imagine? I'm the one who designs the plates at the Kirby Cafe. They let EG do it? They would never let EG do it. I don't think they'd let me do that. But it would be so cool. It'd be so awesome. In every way. Let me draw these shoes properly also, because they should probably have like a thing where we can clearly see. Drawing these like so slanted for some reason. There we go. That this is like a little buckle going across the top, and then I could give her like a little element down here or something if she needs something. So I could give her like a little musical note or something. I'm just gonna draw a circle there, so I remember I want to put an element there. She should have tall socks though, I believe. Because it seems like most magical girls, if they have short or little shoe, they have big sock. But there's a part of me wondering if I should just put her in tights. So that way her legs don't have too much going on with them. And if I'm gonna give her tights or like socks, can I once again, if I go like, that's too much. That's overdoing it a little bit. Honestly, I don't even like how I drew those shoes in the first place. Did Nilo pass out? They drew a little sleeping them. Oh, I wonder if Nilo did go to Snark Mimi. They might have. Classic, classic. Socks. I just need to have my references open so I can see what to do while I'm doing things. Although tall boots might still be cute. This doesn't feel all that wintry. But wintry is not a requirement a lot of the time in designs, it seems like also. Squeegee utensils merch next. Oh my god, can you imagine? We gotta stop coming up with good, fun, exciting, like non-typical merch ideas because I want all of them to be real so bad, but it'd be so difficult to do a line of like slip cast dishware or something. Oh, but I would love to do that so much, but it'd be so hard to ship it because like we could do, oh man, what would we do for a plate or like for a bowl for me? Oh, there's so many ideas I could possibly have. Oh, wait, what if I give her white tights and then I still go for my, well, no, that's still too much. E.g., stop complicating, stop complicating. I'm like, what if I give her boots, but then I give her white tights under them? Because boots might fit with the, like, somewhat military-inspired look I have going on right now. right? E.g. coasters? What is an E.g. coaster, pray tell, Hushi? Are you going to be setting your drink down upon my face? Because I don't know if I like that. It's an idea. Hard until you get a system set up. All of a sudden you start a production line. I don't have enough time to be a production line. If I'm being so honest with you, I don't have time for it. Canonical size chopstick holder. Oh, wait, I did have an idea for merch of a Gary who has like a dent in his head so you could rest your pen on it. Or like a Gary who is holding his arms like this so he could hold your drawing pen. But I guess you could use that for like a chopstick rest also. It'd be kind of cute. Where are my Squeegee tea lights at? Tiny shroom caps. I know. It'd be so cute. There's so many like fun and interesting things we could make. I just don't know what they are. Oh, I just don't know how to do them. I don't know manufacturers. Trying to make acrylic earrings was already enough of a headache before we got tariff nightmared into hell. Oh, E.g. plushie when? E.g. plushie when we are at a point as the shroom state that I can feel confident that we can guarantee it would be made. Because most plushies have a campaign where you have to pledge in advance for them, and only after you've reached a certain number of pledges will they go to manufacturing. And a lot of those pledge numbers are like somewhere upwards of 200. And for as much as I would like to think that you guys are all very excited about getting a plushie and you all ask me for plushies, I worry that we would not have enough people actually try and get the plushie. And therefore it would never become real, because the last thing I want to do is get people's hopes up about something that can't become a real thing, you know? So like I'm a little worried about that, that's just the reason why we haven't done it yet to this point. The urge to relearn 3D modeling to make that pen holder is rising. I could make it. I have Gary. I just have to pose him. At work, I have access to also some real crazy 3D printers. I have access to a 3D printer that can print in, I think, 9 colors. So theoretically, I could load that printer with just white and black and whatever colors I need for Gary, and just 3D print Gary directly in his colors using that printer. And he'd be done. I don't think we have a transparent filament that I could use for his glasses, but I think we have an orange. Although it might be challenging if it's trying to switch that many times. It might get kind of weird. I don't know. Can make the pose and give out the file. That would probably be what I would do. Not that everyone has a 3D printer, but it'd be something, at least. I can give you Gary. You can have him, if you want. You just gotta promise me you'll take good care of him and feed him. Look on the side of a glass, a tea bag holder. Oh, there's so many good ideas. I can't do everything, or even half of them. And here I go trying to overcomplicate again. I'm looking at all my references and now I'm like, oh, what if instead of having this ruffle here, I made it like fluff so it feels more wintry, and then I could give her like a fluffy petticoat underneath, but is that too much again? Maybe it's too much. But then maybe I could use repetition. Oh boy. Hang on. I'm trying it. Iteration. Iterate. E.g., you're allowed to try things. You're allowed to iterate. Yoink this out of here. Bye-bye. Sayonara. Because I feel like this doesn't feel all that wintry right now. And I'd like it to feel just maybe a little bit more wintry, right? What if somebody made a simulator for a Kirby cafe? That would be really cute, but I worry that Nintendo might come after you. Nintendo is so well known for being real intense about enforcing their ownership of their IPs. So that would be dangerous, maybe. But you could make like a cute mascot themed cafe and like VR chat or something like that, perhaps. With creative dishes. I would do it if I could ever figure out how in the world you can make food or items you can pick up in VR chat that don't just bug out and fly away and do all kinds of silly nonsense and vibrate like crazy when you hold them. I just saw that with Amber. Who did you go with? Somebody went with Amber recently to visit my gallery that I have in VR chat. And the food, despite my best efforts, is still so incredibly bugged out. I don't know what's wrong with it. Okay, I do kind of like that. I do kind of like that. Because then, maybe, instead of doing my crazy things I was trying to do, I could make a puffball for the ties on the butterfly ribbons, and then I could put my snowflake in them if I make them like a puffball that's just like this. Right? Is that too simple of a design? But like this could work maybe for the centers of them. But then I feel like I'm doing too much again. I should stop. Stop doing so much, EG. But then I do think that having like a fluffy petticoat under here might just be nice for the fact that this is winter. And I need it to feel kind of wintry. Although I wonder if that means I should... Hang on, turn this off, erase this. I could give her like a little like mini sleeve, like this. And then put that under it. Yeah, wait, I feel like that makes more sense. So now we're doing a similar tiering style. And there I've added another layer, but it's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. It's not that bad. It's fine. It's not too much. We're not overcomplicating it. It's the perfect amount of complication. Wasn't bugged when I visited a bit back? Wait, really? Was it not? How interesting. I wonder if it was just them. I truly don't understand how VR chat works well enough to be able to troubleshoot that, because most of the issues I encounter are just things that are totally confusing and don't make any sense. Also, I don't even think I need this line. Get rid of this, because I can just imply that line with the little music notes. Although that feels too empty now. I should have paneling for construction. Nintendo, chill. No one's gonna take Kirby from you. I know, but the problem is that if like a word or an image or something like that becomes too commonly used, it becomes harder and harder to enforce the copyright or ownership of it. It's like how Adobe can no longer claim the word photoshopping. It's become such a commonly used word outside of the context of their program that they can no longer sue. I think this is what it is. They can't sue other companies for using the phrase photoshopped. They lost the trademark on that word because it became common use, which is something that many brands fear. I don't know if that's exactly how it works with imagery, but yeah, they used to sue for Photoshop. Adobe is another one of those fellows who tends to be a little bit strict with their, not IP, but with their trademarks. And Adobe hates that Photoshop and photoshopping have become words that exist beyond their program, that they can no longer keep within trademark. Yeah, Adobe's evil. This is true. I also never figured out the top edge of this, because like, this is just not a shirt. This is just something. Was I gonna go like that maybe and just make it like a clean arc? That might be the best solution for that. Perhaps. Okay, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. Now I'm gonna give her boots because I can't not. I kind of have to. I feel like that would make the most sense for both winter and this being somewhat military-esque in certain places. What kind of like snow boots though? Let me look at my references for boots. Do I have boots in my winter clothing references? I do. Oh wait, those are kind of cute. I could do something like that maybe. Where like you could have boots that have like a central element that has something coming off the sides of them. And then they could have like, not a collar, although I guess I could do that. That might feel too fantasy-y if I gave them like the boot collar. Puts a collar on your boots. That's too much repetition. I don't need another collar somewhere. Do I have to make them that fancy? Maybe I don't have to make them that fancy. Maybe they can just be boots. Why would you ever sue over a single word? Because it's their ownership. They own that word. It is a trademarked word that others are using. That's how trademarking words works. That would be like if somebody put the word Kellogg's or Frosted Flakes on something that is not Kellogg's thing they own. Does Kellogg's own Frosted Flakes? They might. I can't remember who owns Frosted Flakes. But there's a reason behind it, but it's just something that I feel like is just maybe misused more often than not. Unfortunately. I'm like cleaning things up because I don't want to try and figure out boots. I was like, oh, I'm going to stream this because I'll get so much more work done when I'm streaming it. But I'm actually using streaming as an excuse to not draw the drawing. They only own that word in a certain type of industry or product. That's also true. That's why you can have brands that have the same name, but they operate in different spaces. Which is true. I can't think of a good example other than one I don't want to use, though, for that. Because there's Magnum, which makes ice cream. And then there's another one that makes other things. And then there's Magnum Photography. There's 3 Magnums, and they're all allowed to exist because they are all in different industries. Yeah. You can open a restaurant, call it Photoshop. You might be able to. You might get away with that if you tried to call a restaurant that, because it is completely different industry, as we said. I still don't think Adobe would let you have it. I think they'd still probably try and fight. But you should be able to have it, just based on that. My slide became a cookie real fast because of their eyes. Oh, did you make a Cookie Run Kingdom character accidentally? With these proportions, I can see how that's possible. Delta, airlines, and bathroom hardwares. Yeah, that's a good example, too. That's a good example. Boots. Boots with the fur? The whole club was looking at her? But then I have fur against fur. Is this too much fluff? I feel like this might be too much fluff. Boots with the fur, Although I guess if the whole club was looking at Miku, that'd probably be a good thing, right? She likes some attention. Make him like real wide at the top and then narrow in. I don't like that I drew her toes facing in so strong on this base also. I really gave her an I have to pee pose, and I didn't need to do that. I may have done that because that's what the Nendroid base does, but it just feels a little too extreme to me. These are also like weirdly at angles right now. I've like not followed the angle of her leg. Whoops, hang on. Angle of leg. Angle of leg. I don't want to make big bows on them, though, because that would be too much. So trademark is registered by country, like Burger King is called Hungry Jack in Australia. But I think there's more reasons as to why it's called Hungry Jack's in Australia, right? I feel like Jumpy and I had watched a video about it once upon a time. I'm procrastinating. I'm just gonna draw her hair because I don't know what I'm doing. Let's give her bangs because she doesn't have bangs and she's bald right now. She's bald! Miku's bangs just have to like be kind of centered and have 2 little bits off to the side, I think, right? Like she gets like side bangs that cover her ears usually. What did I do for her side bangs here? Honestly, don't hate that. I love giving Miku also air vents, but I don't think they usually go for that for her. So I'll refrain. I love anime hair vents though, they're so cute. Hang on, this needs to be like further out, I think. There we go. Give her some nice big chunks of hair on the side of her head, which this might actually be up too far. There we go. Her head should feel wide. These are almost making a tangent with her ears. I might bring them down a little bit because most Mikus that are Nendroids don't have their ears visible. Just redraw it. Don't try and liquefy it, just redraw it. Nope, hang on. Nope. I'll get it one of these times. Nope. Maybe if I draw it in this direction, it'll work better. Nope. Honestly, the first one I had was kind of the best one. There we go. Erase this. And like, that's kind of okay for her side bangs. Usually then she has either pieces of hair that come like around the side of her face, but she has like these thingies where part of her bangs like tucks underneath. And then I need to give her bangs in the center. Air vents? Yeah! That's when they have like these thingies on the top of their head. They don't tend to go for that for Miku designs, it seems like, though. Most people don't draw her with those, and I feel like there aren't any Mikus that have that. Which maybe that's a reason why I should do it. Did Project Voltage have that? No. You know what? Who cares? I'm giving her them because I want to. You can't stop me. I like it too much. It's too cute. It's too cute of a design thing. She has to have them. There we go. 'Cause it's like such like a nice, big, exaggerated hair element for her. And it adds to the silhouette of the top of her head in a cute way. That's what I did for this one too. I should just steal the hair off this one. Did I have a layer for her bangs? Get rid of her color so I can see. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. Is it this layer? No. Is it this layer? No. Is it this layer? No. That layer? No. What happens when you don't label things? Oh, bangs! I do have a labeled layer for bangs. Crazy. There we go. Oh, it's like so small. It's so small and not exaggerated. Past EG, what were you doing? Exaggerate that. Also, so sketchy. Exaggerate that. We can make the top of her head taller. I'm removing these bangs also because I don't like them. I was having a bad time drawing her bangs when I do those. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Oh wait, actually, just get rid of that also. And we'll use my current... Well, wait, hang on. That slope is kind of better. It's a little more dramatic. We'll get rid of this one. Nope. This one. And then let it connect it like a wide part in the head. Just bangs. There we go. Put everything on one layer. There we go. I just make Miku with my heart. Just Miku straight from my heart. She looks really strange without bangs right now, though. Pull this out. Oh, wait, hang on. Some of these things are just much lower than I had them before. There we go. Maybe she will have visible bottom of ear, but I feel like that makes her not look like Miku. I feel like I'm so used to not seeing the bottom of Miku's ears. It does seem like it's an uncommon thing to see them. Let's make it longer. No ears. None for you. I'm not sharing. Secret. Does Miku have ears or not? The world may never know. There we go. We'll loop these here. We can cover the corners of her eyes maybe a little bit, but they do tend to like keeping her hair out of her face. This should be like a wider arc, probably. There we go. I'm like trying to lock in to figure out what I'm doing with her hair. Oh. Every time I'm like, oh, I'll be productive live, I realize I'm less productive live. People who manage to do art streams truly impress me. Although I've had some productive art streams. I've made a couple emotes on stream before successfully. I wonder why I was able to lock in for those ones, but I'm struggling for this. So these little points that are in this part of the hair need to go away because they're just making this hard. Bangs. There we go. Bigger bangs, more exaggerated bangs, wider bangs at the bottom especially. There we go. Maybe because you know what you're drawing. Maybe, that's true. With the emotes, I am just drawing me, which I've drawn 100 times before. I feel like every time I've done any amount of character design on stream, it's been like, okay, you got this? Okay, no. Okay, wait, you got this? Oh, never mind. Hang on, you got, no. The entire time. But that is honestly how my process goes. When I think too hard about it, I'm like, man, you're such a fraud as a character designer. But I'm really not. I just take a long time to do things. I say that anything worth doing is worth spending a lot of time on. Because that's how I cope with the fact that I am not a quick artist. I admire greatly people who can move quickly, but it's just not within my skill set. I know there's things you can do to become a faster artist, but I don't enjoy being fast at art, which maybe is a weird thing to say. It's like a slow and calm meditative thing for me, where if I'm focusing on trying to do things quickly, that makes it not fun. And I like consistency, so I don't mind having to come back and work on something for like 4 or 5 days. I don't mind it at all. I like getting to work on things over time, because I find that also, just generally in design, we tend to make better things when we step away from them. Which is how I ended up with this design here, that I was like, yep, this is good. I'll line and color this. Oops, what are these? Do I have 2 versions of my lines? Oh, I do. That's how I ended up with this, where I was like, I made it too quick, and it wasn't it. It wasn't the thing. It wasn't what I wanted, unfortunately. Physically cannot draw quickly? What do you mean physically? I mean, physically I can draw quickly. I can say, all right, if I'm gonna draw, like, here's my eyeballs, and here's my, like, eye line, and here's a nose, and here's a mouth, and then side of a head, and bangs, and whatever you want. Does it look good? No. Because I'm doing it too fastly, or too quickly. And, like, I can do, like, figure studies and things like that pretty quickly. But I just don't like doing things that way. I don't like being rushed. There are things you can learn from trying to work quickly, but I'm not doing it right now. I've already been through all of that. I'll have to do it again. Do you win $1 million bucks if you win Snow Miku Design? No, you win, your Snow Miku becomes the Snow Miku, and that's it. That is what you win. The victory is your design is Snow Miku. And that is all. There is not more to it than that. That is all there is. Which I say that like that's a bad thing. Granted, it is one of those things where a lot of the prize is just, I don't want to say exposure, but kind of. The prize is getting to put on your resume, I designed Snow Miku for this year. And a lot of the previous winners of Snow Miku have gone on to get other opportunities in design work because they designed a Snow Miku. So it is something where, you know, even if you are being paid an exposure, it is something where it is going to help build your portfolio probably significantly if you win. And yeah, I do think they give you an actual, like they give you a physical figure if you win too. As a prize, like they give you one of your Nendroids, perhaps? I'd have to check what the rules are. But for the most part, most of us who enter are entering because we love Miku and not because we're looking to get money or something. We're doing it for the love of Miku. Hang on, I gotta remember how I'm... There we go. That seems like it would be a good way to draw that. I'm trying to make her hair, like, nice and thick and chunky. Nice and simplified. Yeah, Miku love. Yeah, we're doing it out of love for Miku and not for out of wanting to make money or have something else out of it a lot of the time. It would be nice if they gave you more. But at the same time, I'm not somebody who is particularly worried about it. And clearly a lot of people aren't too worried about it either, considering the sheer quantity of entries they get for Snow Miku. Although I do think a lot of people don't really read what the terms of service are for art contests when they enter them. I do find people are often surprised to learn that they lose the rights to things they have designed if they win concerts, or not concerts, if they win competitions sometimes. There's a lot of really, like, notorious not concerts. I keep trying to say concerts. Comic competitions where if you win, the company takes your design or your, you know, concept or whatever it was, and it's theirs now. That is now their thing. They don't have to credit you. They don't have to do anything. There's some pretty scummy ones out there. Doo-doo, right? Yeah, there's some real bad ones out there. And what they do is they do essentially prey on people not reading the terms. Because they do give you, like, an award for it, usually. They'll give you something. Because it's a contest. But they get ownership, they get a profit margin, they get something that makes it much more favorable for them than it is for you. So, like, there's a little bit of a bad rap in a lot of communities as far as, like, running little, like, competitions or contests goes. Which is why Yam and I were really worried about doing ours, because we had to make it clear there was no prizes or nothing like that. Does Miku do that? I don't think Miku does do that, but I can check. Let me see. I can look at the terms. Let's find the terms of service for Snow Miku. I believe they're all on the page where you enter. Yeah. Oh no, this is the poll site. Hang on, that's not what I want. I want the poll site. Where is the entry page? No, these are all the poll sites. I don't want the poll sites. Where are the non-poll sites? Where are the actual... Where's the entry page? Snow Miku Design entry. It's on Pia Pro somewhere. Where is it? Pia Pro! Why is Pia Pro not showing up? I can't even can't find it. Hang on. Am I signed into Pia Pro? On this browser? I might not be. My Pia Pro sign-in may actually not be me. Oh, I don't think it is. Hang on, let's see. Official collaboration. Oh wait, I'm finding it. It's here. I don't have to be signed in. There we go. Here we go. Here's the details. You can see the other competitions they've had. So like here was 2026 that had its results announced. There's other things you can design for. Kaido had an anniversary song and illustration submission. There was a Hatsune Miku X Good Smile contest at some point. Magical Mirai they do song contests for. They do illustration contests for a number of things and design contests for other things. I think Snow Miku is just the most popular one, but let's see. March 12th deadline. Your design will be turned into Nendroid, Miku and Yukine. It's mistranslating this. It's not secret metal. Looking for designs. Okay. Costumes will not only be used for Nendroid, but will also be used as character costumes for Snow Miku 2027, a festival in which Miku will support Hokkaido. Please apply for this contest. Yeah, the grand prize is a Nendroid figure of the costume, adopted as a character costume for Snow Miku 2027, and various Snow Miku related goods will be presented, including the 2027 Nendroid. These are announcement of results. Yeah, scheduled for around July, selection process, recruitment contact supplement. If you are selected, you'll be contacted. Great. Are there no terms of service here? Get notified about the collaboration. How to apply? There has to be more information. They have to have more listed here. I swear. I swear there's more. Illustration, application period, eligibility. Abide by all of Pia Pro's terms of use and the how to apply and rules for applying. So where do I find that, I wonder? Because I bet that's what it is. This is telling you how to apply. These are all the criteria you have to follow. Oh, hi, Manzana. I don't think it's an FAQ. Yeah, draw an outfit that incorporates the theme. Draw costumes for both of the characters. Only submit multiple works. Include snowflakes within your design. It has to be in her hair, which I think this is just not translating properly. Yeah, use the template table. Also, the adjustments will be made. For instance, submitting items with an excessive number of patterns or colors. Tweak the character position in the template for design purposes. Application tag after submitting. Lock the tag. How to tag your application. Where is the thing they're talking about? Application rules. No age restrictions. Agree to the application rules for this. Works created part of company may not be submitted. Multiple people may submit collaborative works. Interesting. Do not change the email address. Which is to be unpublished and have not been submitted to other contests. Okay, revisions made after submission period ended will not be reflected. Title of submitted work may be omitted without the applicant's prior consent. Interesting. Oh, so entrants agree not to assert or exercise any rights regarding the organizer's use of their submitted work. Submitted works will not be returned for any reason. So Pia Pro does legally own the design. If it wins. Not even if it wins. If it's submitted, they legally own the design. So if they take your design and use it, for any reason, they own it. They can do that. They can use it for whatever they want and they don't have to compensate you. That's how most of these competitions are. That's what I was looking for here. That's how most design contests are. Granted, Pia Pro isn't doing that. It does sound like an evil clause, but they're not doing that. The only design that they take from the Snow Miku entries is the finalist. But I think they have that in here in case people were to say, oh, this design you made for a different Miku uses a similar style collar as mine uses. I'm suing you, or I'm DCMAing you, and therefore they can say no. It does feel evil, but they're not really using it in an evil way as far as I've seen, so it's fine in this case, but do be careful of that with other companies. Yeah, submitted works may be published in announcements and promotional materials on websites run by the organizer without prior consent from the applicant and free of charge. This is also normal for these types of competitions, so they will not credit you as the designer anywhere other than when you win. You can credit yourself in places and they won't get mad at you for doing that, but don't expect them to credit you wherever they put the image. Yeah, they're reducing liability in the company. These are normal things for this type of competition. Submitted works may be deleted, modified, or otherwise altered without the applicant's consent for the organizer's convenience in publishing and using them. So they can change the design a little bit. They maybe do this subtly, but they usually keep it pretty one-to-one. Content application conditions may be changed or canceled without prior notice. This is so that they can just cancel you being a finalist if they don't like your design. Personal information will be collected. Only be used to contact you regarding it. We will not provide your personal information to third parties without their consent. The use of AI is prohibited in expressing important factors in the selection process by the organizer. That's nice. Happy to hear that. No AI. But that's what I was looking for. So they don't compensate you in any way other than giving you an Nendroid, it seems like, and maybe some other goods that are related, and they do own it. It is theirs if you submit, even if you don't win. And those are pretty normal for, like, terms for a competition like this. Now I can draw Miku again. Now I can stop procrastinating drawing her bangs, because I was, once again, somehow procrastinating drawing her bangs. I don't like how I drew that. Make them, like, flatter, maybe? Do I want, like, a general flow in one direction, maybe? Maybe I don't give her this on this side, and she just has, like, bangs that are sort of, like, swept across her face. No. How do I want to do that? Like, I could just give her, like, a bigger... one of these? Hang on, I'm erasing everything. Hang on. Because part of me... Well, wait. I'm making this so complicated. Go like this. Make this sort of come down vertically instead of going out like that, because then I can do something where I, like, cut back in like that, which might be nice. Or, like, I could have something where, like... you've got, like, a piece that, like, cuts back across the top of it. So we break the center line a little bit, and then I could have this piece of hair, oops, come, like that, and then it's longer on this side, but then, like, this is just a piece that's, like, kind of in front. I kind of like that. It feels a little bit poorly balanced right now, but maybe this is a good shape for her bangs, and then I would just have to bring back the other piece. But I feel like her bangs need more variety than I was giving them. There we go. That's not too bad. And then she gets, like, this little thing back on the corner. Does that feel like Miku? Honestly, they're kind of too tall. Maybe her bangs need to be a little bit longer in the center. There we go. And then this comes down a little bit. I feel like her bangs usually go pretty low between her eyes. Looking cute so far. Thanks! I'm struggling! I had no struggle at all last year with my design. I think I sat down and designed both of my submissions in, like, one sitting, more or less. And then I just agonized over coloring it and, like, small details a little bit. But, like, I more or less just kind of, like, knocked those designs out immediately. Meanwhile, this one, I'm like, what about this? What about that? Nope. Hang on. Wait. No? Yes. No. Mostly no. There we go. This is a Miku E bang. And then I could make this, like, chunkier so that these two aren't the same size, because I feel like them being the same size is a little weird. There we go. There we go. That works. I think that works as bangs. That seems cute. Is the theme for the missions Snow Miku, or is it another one? It's Snow Miku, but with, like, an added theme. So it's Snow Miku plus something. This year's is Secret Metamorphosis, which is being taken to mean magical girl. Maybe with a butterfly theming. Previous ones have been, like, jewels, or animals, or sports, or ocean was one of them. Colors of the sky was one of them. There's been a whole variety of things for her theming. Things that seem like they aren't especially aligned to winter either, because plants was one of the early themes. Which I'm surprised we even gotten the plants theme back, considering we're recycling older themes lately. What year was plants? I say as I keep not drawing. I'm just curious. What year was plants? 2015. Oh, wait. So here, I'm gonna put my bet in right now. I'm gonna place my bet immediately. Plants Next year plants. Next year something plants related. I'm betting you. Would put money on it that we're gonna get something plants related next year. Because we literally started from like the original year with the repeats. Plants. No butterflies. No, you can do butterflies in your design. My design has butterflies in it. You can. I don't think anyone would stop you. There's usually more layers to people's concepts than just whatever the like phrase says, because we look at last year. Patisserie of happiness. She could have just been a patissier, but these ones all have like some particular like food incorporated into them to give it some depth. Like or this one's like a cake decorator, but they've integrated cake decoration elements to it. This one's a painter. Or if we go back here, glittering snow, they wanted jewels. This one seems like she's a scholar who does things with jewels. This one seems like maybe a phantom thief. This one's a snow globe. This one's a dwarf and also does mining. So you can add another element. You can make her butterfly themed. That's what I'm doing. I'm making her butterfly themed. Hang on, what was the website? Are you talking about this website I've been using? This is snowmiku.net, which is how I snoop on all the entries every year. Whoops, new tab. Not what I wanted. Miku.net. It's up to how a person interprets it. Yeah, and clearly you can be sort of loose with the concept some years too. They've picked finalists who didn't follow the prompt super exactly. I kind of like that for her bangs. I do feel like her hair might be a little too tall though. So like, don't be limited by the prompt on some level, because at the end of the day, as much as I hate to say it in some ways, the odds of us winning is not super high. But I'm saying that more so to be optimistic in the way of have fun with it. Do not let them limit you. Because I think that's what was taking the fun out of it for me, was trying to be too strict about following what I think Pia Pro wants. Odds are not in my favor for victory, so I should just have fun with it. Because why not? I have nothing to lose by drawing it, other than I guess they own the design, but I don't think they're gonna do anything about it if I make cute fan art of her. They won't stop me. I'd like to see him try. Actually, I wouldn't. Please don't sue me. Hang on, so I had my little butterfly accessory, which I could stick on her hair, like right here maybe? Oh wait, this actually seems like the perfect spot for it. Is like right there, or alternatively I could flip-flop it. Transform, flip horizontal, and I could stick it on this side. Which I feel like there's a little more space with, because there's this big chunk of hair that's different over here. And this is sort of cute. And feels somewhat integrated. Maybe I'd put it like this? Wait, no, hang on. The way I had it before was kind of fine. How we attach that to her is anyone's guess. The company listening on stream. Hi, Mr. Pia Pro, if you're out there. Hello. Hi. Leave me alone. You can't catch me. La 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 la. You don't know who I am. To come after me. They won't. I'm not gonna taunt them. That's not a nice thing to do. Magic. Well, it does need to make sense, so I may have to just attach it. Whoopsie. Hang on, I've skewed it. I may need to attach it to just this piece, so that way, they can see clearly how it would attach to the head for the 3D model. Kind of liked the other position of it better, but like, what can I do? But that'll be cute. I should do something like that elsewhere. Like maybe I should make these a little bit more interesting. Honestly, you know what I could have done? I made this so complicated by doing musical notes down here. I could just repeat this instead of the musical notes down here also. So we just have a bunch of treble clefs throughout. Or like this could be a treble clef, and maybe I try and design one that's like also a bass clef to put on the other side. Maybe. I mean, my design doesn't have the metamorphosis theme. It's supposed to be a snowy owl, but I'll try, I guess. I mean, hey, secret metamorphosis. She's a snowy owl. Snowy owls are hiding in the snow. So secret. So you have interpreted the prompt, and you have added it to the prompt. You can find a way. You can find a way to link it in. I feel like there's an angle there still. I don't think you have to add that much metamorphosis, because I think her being a magical girl is enough for the metamorphosis angle. At least as far as most people's designs for her seem to go. Yeah. Need to run? Bye, Selma! Enjoy your running! Make sure you stretch before you run. Hope all the Mikus are Mikuing. They are Mikuing. The Mikus are Mikuing fantastically. I'm staring at mine. I'm looking at her. I'm analyzing her. Yeah, I don't know about the music notes on her skirt right now. I might replace those with something... we'll see. More sleep, but you know what I mean? Hey, make sure you stretch before you sleep. I have in fact pulled muscles in my sleep before. It's possible, you can do it. Have you ever done the thing where you're like lying in bed and you like turn your neck a funny way and then suddenly it's like... Stretch your neck. Here, I'll do a little stretch. Stretch your neck lightly. Lean it in a direction. I should be doing this stretch more often because I'm migraine prone. And half the time when I get migraines, it's because I have tension in my neck. Yes, OMG, I just feel so weak. I know! The number one way I get injured if I pull something is because I like reach around behind my back too quick in the shower. Or if I turn my head weird in bed. Those are the two ways I injure myself the most. And I feel like a goofball, but it's just because I like haven't stretched recently whenever those things happen. I stretch first thing in the morning. And I should stretch probably a little more throughout the day. Man, I'm at that age, huh? My body isn't so limber all day anymore, unfortunately. Exercise makes you sleep better. That's true! If you are having trouble sleeping, do a little exercise. That's what I do if I can't sleep. If I'm like laying awake in bed at like 3 in the morning, I'll go out in the living room. We have one of those little like stepper thingies, which I was using on stream when we did our 12-hour stream. It's good, it's nice, I like using it. Just do a little steppy, do it for a while until I wear myself out, and then I sleep. It works. Do you ever get sharp pains in your neck when you turn it? No, I don't. You should talk to someone about that, maybe. Pulled a muscle reaching for the back seat. Yeah, that's what I do. That's an EG move. I have a tendency to do that accidentally. Whoops. Design's looking cute, by the way. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. I hate it less than I used to. I was not very happy with it before, but I'm liking it more now. We're getting somewhere. It's getting there. It's happening. It's occurring. It's getting there. I may just totally redo the internal part of this skirt because I'm not thrilled with it right now. But it's moving in a good direction. I'm feeling better about it than I did before. Mikus with plus and minus buttons on them I'm seeing also in some of my references, which is interesting. We're alluding to volume buttons. Volume buttons. Mutes your Miku. You can't say anything anymore. Here, we can look at the Shroommates what they're drawing while I have my hot chalky break. And while I think and totally don't procrastinate drawing Miku. Oh, look at them all! Was this one abandoned? I'm gonna be so sad if this one was abandoned. But I was so excited to see a Gundam Miku. That'd be so sick. Oh, Miku in her little onesie. She looks like she's going to sleep. Ooh, I like the gradients, the very icy color choices, Game Loser. Those are fun. Oh, intriguing. Skyrim, Cookie Miku! Look at her! Oh, I see what you mean with the eyes being sort of Cookie Run Kingdom-y eyes. It's cute. I like your pinks. They're very nice. She's very rabbit-y. Let's see, who do we have over here? Oh, Oxide Earth is very cute. I love the little butterfly ribbons on the top of her wrists, like little butterflies landed on her. They're so nice and triangular. They're fun. Oh, nice pigtails. Cha-cha-raran. Am I saying your name right? Cha-cha-raran? Do you go by Cha-cha? Is there an abbreviation? A lot of syllables. Funny how you can immediately spot a Cookie Run fan. Yeah, there's a specific, like, eye style that is very common in the art of Cookie Run Kingdom, and I think that's why. Oh, I thought you were gonna answer my question in drawing for a second. Salma's is very cute. I love her pigtails still. They're so cute. She's so dapper. Oh my gosh, still rendering Horror Miku. She is, I guess, an insect. She is, in fact, transforming, huh? She's doing a metamorphosis. She's metamorphosing into Scary insect Miku. I like how, like, how messy made her hair. Sorry, I forgot the word messy, and I was like, just going to say I like how you made her hair and just describe it with a sound effect. But I realized that's not maybe a good thing to do. Oh, Mad Buns, have you made her like a ninja for secret metamorphosis? Is she a ninja? That's also so cute. Man, you're quick with these. Is this another design you had already made, though? If so, I'm not gonna say that's cheating. It's not cheating. But like, how'd you do this so fast? I go for Chakara or Cha-Cha for short. Okay, noted. Design that one on the spot. What the heck? She's so cute. I love her little heart. A Hoge that's becoming a butterfly too. These are so good. You have to submit these legally. I'm requiring you to. I'm gonna check in with you next week to make sure you submitted these. Oh, Ruku, this is looking good too. You've given her a real nice hair accessory. It's good for silhouette. Butterfly hair tie. Yeah, Nilo, I think, may have gone Snork Mimi on us. It's a 39? What do you mean it's a 39? What does a 39 mean? Oh, her hair thingamabobs? Oh, it is a 3 and a 9, and it's a butterfly. What is 39? Does 39 mean something? Miku's number is 01. Does 39 relate to snow? I like the Shrooms Mikus. They have many unique ideas. I agree. They do have cute, unique ideas. Miku. Oh, I forgot. Miku is 39. You're right. I was trying to think. I was like, I know there's some reason why that's there. There's some number association, but I couldn't think of it. Some very nice Mikus. I like that, Aspen, you've made the underlayers of her skirt like butterfly wings. That's cool. KC, I am very interested by the hair. It's crazy. There's so much detail happening here. It's such a fun, unique shape. Also, you just committing to not using symmetry or like duplicating it. I admire your commitment. These are also fun. Oh, Nilo's like way of pulling the skirt up so that it looks like a butterfly wing is also really clever too. Man, you guys have such good ideas. I feel like mine is so simple. I'm gonna be in my head about this Miku. I'm just gonna have to submit it and be like, it's over with, it's done, stop thinking about it. I'm not allowed to think about my Miku anymore. She's causing me psychic damage. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Precious and has good attention to detail. Thanks! I promise I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm just trying to, figure out what I want to do with her because I'm just not satisfied with my execution of my ideas right now, if that makes sense. Like, this thing might... Well, I don't know if that really works either. I feel like her hair shape doesn't really look like Miku right now either. Maybe move her bangs down. Maybe that'll help. I feel like her bangs might still just be too high. Although they're too low. Maybe the part that's not right is these things. Maybe they have to be higher. Like this? Maybe? Like that? Oh, symmetry modifier. Don't do this to me. Symmetry modifier. Don't do this to me. Oh, get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. Okay, wait, hang on. Get rid of that. Oh, it's not symmetrical anyway. Make that one lower. No comments like that. Everyone's great Miku has the potential to make their own unique Miku. That's true! Hey! Star, don't say that! Better than what I could do? Not true. Not true. I'm sure you could make something equally as great, if not greater. We can all make fantastic, lovely things. We don't need to put ourselves down, I say, as I was kind of putting myself down a little bit. But it's the whole idea with when you see two things, you look at them and think, oh man, my cake is worse than their cake. But somebody who is eating the cake is gonna look at it and be like, oh hell yeah, more cake. So like, for as much as I may be in my head about mine also, I know that my biggest critic is me. Probably. Not even probably. Definitely. It's me. And if I just cool it and stop worrying about it, I'm sure it'll all come together. I'm sure it will. But just in the meantime, I'm gonna be worried about it. As we all probably will. Miku looks like it tastes like vanilla blueberry muffins. Could you confirm or deny? Mine? She's not even colored yet. Or do you mean the other one that I had started to color but, stopped? Why? What makes you say that? I don't think she tastes like blueberry. This one. Deny. She has no color yet. I think I'm gonna make this Miku a little bit more pink than I made this one. Although pink is a tertiary color is not too bad. This color palette I don't hate. I should also cover under her hair because it's driving me nuts that I can see her scalp and other things under it. If I go like this, I can see a little better. Her head's so tall. I need to make her head wider. Maybe that's why I needed to do this. Bangs, wider. Head shorter. Oh, I don't like how that's like kind of squaring off there though. Micro editing my Miku to make her head wider. There we go. Round shape, cute, friend, Miku friend. I'm friends with Miku. It's like Germa. How's drawing going, by the way? It's going. Actually, I don't even think I can say that. It's happening sometimes when I stop talking and stop procrastinating doing the drawing. I'm being silly. I'm overthinking and being silly, and the shroommates are just kind of tolerating me while they listen in. You know why I also don't like drawing Snow Miku is because I hate designing or drawing symmetrically. I hate doing it on a front-facing design that has no pose. I don't ever design things on someone who is just facing forward, and for as much as I could make the design on a Miku who's not facing forward, I feel like I'd still struggle to edit her afterwards to be in the proportions she would need to be for this, you know what I mean? Wouldn't be so eepy and out of motivation to art after frustration because of a commission working on. Feels like not the skill for. Because I started out with drawing fan art of someone afterwards I'm a bit unsure about. See, that is kind of the tough thing sometimes, is I will say, we all have on and off days when it comes to art. I definitely do. I'm sure you all do also. And I have to remind myself when I have those off days that that is not something that is like a clear example of my skill. Because I don't have them infrequently. I have off days maybe like once a week sometimes. Sometimes my off day is even a stream day.
You /affectionate. We wouldn't be here if we didn't like hearing you yap.
That's true. I'm only yelling at myself because I was supposed to be more productive. Because I was live. Because I was like, oh, the shroommates are here. I'll be accountable and be good and draw. I know you guys don't hate listening to me. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I was supposed to get things done, and I'm not really getting things done. That's why I'm saying that. But anyways, we all have off days with drawing, and maybe if you were feeling that way about trying to attempt some emotes or some fan art and not feeling so fantastic about it, it may just be one of those days. It may be a day where your time is better spent doing research for your art, looking for things that make you feel inspired, or maybe engaging with some media in a way that is enjoyable to you. Not every day has to be a good drawing day. Thankfully, we are not mangakas who have to be on every single day. I think that would kill most of us, and it does kind of kill them also. You gotta take breaks. You gotta take days off. You gotta, you know, give yourself time. I feel like I need to give her, like, this, where we can see her hair going underneath her head also. Or do I? Maybe I don't. Seems like designs don't usually show that. Maybe not. I feel weird seeing the underside of her head like that, though. Struggling with starting over and I'm struggling to make something right. I know, that's the other thing I tend to do. My suggestion for that is to not work in a color that feels like it has finality to you. I have to trick myself psychologically in order to make myself more likely to delete my art and try something better. Which is why I do my sketches in like purple or something. I tend to do my line art in red, which it's kind of hard to look at when I'm working on it. But it does help me to not treat my art like something I can't edit afterwards. So like, this design here, I feel like is stuck, but it's because I made it have black line art. This one isn't stuck yet, because it's still in a color that doesn't feel like it has finality to it. So now if I want to start this over or switch to another folder or something, I can do that. I'll let myself do it. Because this isn't done. It's not finished. So it's fine. Sometimes you just have to like hack your brain a little bit. We'll say that the Umusume extra credit was an off day for me. I struggle a lot, but that's legitimately the best drawing I've done. I'm proud of you, Edward. I'm proud of you for it being your best drawing. I'm having an interesting time with my Uma Musume design also. I haven't gotten as far with mine as I would like either, because I spent too long trying to find the name of a particular aesthetic style. Here, wait, I can show you. Hang on, we'll just show you that real quick. Let me save this. Save that scene. Open, recent. Here it is. I'll give you a spoiler for mine. My horse I'm making is actually a racehorse. I think a lot of you guys went with the horse from piece of media or like not actual racehorse route, which is totally fine. I went the racehorse route, and I found California Chrome, who I think just has a sick name. This horse has such a funny backstory going on with it too, where California Chrome is owned by a duo who named themselves as like a tongue-in-cheek response to someone. This is what their name stands for. I'll let you read that. I won't read it. I'm say so. Although maybe this qualifies as my one swear I'm allowed to stream. But I thought that was really funny. And then like this horse was like super intelligent. He would always perform Flamin' response, which is like where horses look like they're smiling. He will stop and pose for cameras and is goofy. They nicknamed him Vogue. He walks backwards out of his horse vans. He won't walk out forward. But I was like, oh, what if I designed, you know, California Chrome? What if I made like a Silicon Valley inspired design for him? I'm not going to show you him yet, or her yet. But Steve Jobs is my main outfit reference, if that tells you anything. About what I'm doing with this design. I'm looking for Chrome. I was trying to figure out the name of the aesthetic that like early, like, it's like iPhone design is. It's kind of Fruitager Arrow, but like not really Fruitager Arrow. Kind of. It's just this plus some chrome elements, more or less, with some purple and green in it. But I think it's abundantly black, white, and gray right now. Steve Jobs? Yeah. Bet you weren't expecting Steve Jobs to inspire a horse girl. Just realized, please tell me somebody was inspired by Elizabeth Chicken Nugget. Who in the world is Elizabeth Chicken Nugget? Riraku, pray tell. Gonna use Paladin Racehorse for mine. Ooh, fun, okay. I was thinking about, there's a racehorse named Black Caviar that I was gonna design. And then I didn't, and then there's one called Northern Dancer I was looking at for a minute, and then I did not do that. And then there was one called Sea of Stars, or See the Stars, spelled S-E-A, the stars, and I was like, oh, Aurora Borealis, looks like waves. But then I got stuck. There was also one that was like called something like Heart's Cry or something, and I was like, oh, that's so moody. That'd be great. But like a lot of them I just couldn't find a good inspiration for, so I was like, all right, California Chrome it is. I had the best idea for what to do with this one, so that's what I'm executing. But size of this mood board versus size of Miku mood board. If this doesn't tell you about how much ease, the level of ease I am designing my Uma with compared to this, I don't know what else would. TikTok Horseman Ranch, who also has Squidward the corpse horse? Pardon me? What kind of name is Squidward the corpse horse? That's crazy. It kind of rhymes in a strange way. Ha! Got two horses I want to design, but they're rather new to the racing scene, so I have a little to work off. See, that was the other thing that caused me to go with California Chrome, was that a lot of the horses I was looking at, I couldn't find a lot of information about their personality or behavior or things like that. Or I couldn't find, like, good photos I could verify were of them. It's like when I was trying to find Kita-san Black on stream that one day, where I googled Kita-san Black, and, like, half the search results are Equinox, who I think is Kita-san Black's kid? It was so difficult. It was so strange. Someone's kid picked Chicken Nugget. I mean, if no one else has done Chicken Nugget as the horse, if somebody needs a horse inspiration for the Uma Musume designs, Chicken Nugget. Scripted lays down on her side in the field. For a long time, the neighbors called the owner to tell her she's a dead horse. Oh no! Yeah, people do tend to assume horses when they lay down are dead. Not infrequently. They can lay down. Horses can lay down, believe it or not. They shouldn't lay down for an incredible long amount of time, But they can lay down. They do sleep standing sometimes, but sometimes they want to take a little sit. They want to take a load off their legs. They're allowed to do it. People get real anxious about it, though. Okay, Miku. Miku, Miku. Ooh, I'm gonna duplicate her skirt so that I stop having paralysis. Actually, I'm just gonna turn that off. Because I think the reason why this isn't working for me still is because this skirt doesn't feel like it's fleshed out properly. Let me look at my skirt references to see if I have anything that feels like it could be a better skirt. I hope you're enjoying your jumping. A lot of asymmetry. Maybe it would just be like bunched up or something? Like I could do something where it's like it's instead of being like rounded like this, it's like bunching up like in here, you know what I mean? Where like it goes like, and then it sort of mimics the shape of her sleeve, and then this part down here is where it's like flaring back out again. And like maybe I would be satisfied with this as a skirt. It would have to be much wider though. Like that maybe? Because then we're getting interesting shapes in here too. Honestly, that is kind of fun. Maybe, well, this might be doing too much because I'm like, okay, I could also give her something under here to add a transition also as a layer. Maybe. Is that too much? Maybe this is too much. No thought. Like the description that horses are eggs with toothpick legs, very fitting. Oh, they kind of are. Hair accessories, too fussy, need to simplify, but still look like cording and a butterfly. Oh, for yours? Are you having trouble, or are you saying that about mine? Mine haven't really been figured out all the way yet. I'm still trying to figure out what the heck I want to do for them. Can I simplify her skirt? Is there a way to make her skirt less complicated? Mine. Ah, I see. I don't want so many parallel lines in the skirt area. There's just too many of them. Maybe she needs to have like a skirt that's like in here that's flat, and then I can have the lines just be on the bottom part. Right? Maybe it's like she could have something that's like a lot of magical girls will have their like whap, 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 like that kind of thing. Although maybe I put it like way lower. Although now I'm creating, now she has 3 layers of skirt. Oh, she's gonna have too many skirts. Less skirts. We don't need that many quantity of skirts. I should just repeat those things that I already have, though. Maybe the skirt I had was fine. Maybe the thing I don't like is just the music notes. Oops. Get rid of the music notes. Get rid of this. Run these a little bit higher, maybe. To, like, somewhere, like, in this area, perhaps? So that I can see it between those. All this time I've been drawing with lag, freezing my stroke every 4 seconds. Oh no! Less skirt, more skirt, not 12 skirt. Ruku, the fact that you're trying to do 12 skirts on a Miku who is like the size of 4 blueberries is incredible. Wait, hang on. Maybe it just needed to be higher? Is this any higher than it was before? It might not even be. Okay, so like that, and then like this, but like if I arc it down a little bit more so that the panel feels like it makes sense to me visually. That doesn't feel like too many pieces to me. It feels okay. What do just like school skirts look like? Because that's kind of what Miku has anyway. All of this, and I don't even have like just base Miku as a reference. I had her open earlier. Where'd she go? Miku! Miku, where are you? Miku, Miku, where are you? Thinking Miku, Miku. Woo. Oh, so hers is pleated. but the center pleat is... It's all one color, so maybe it won't feel so detailed if I have it be all one color. But she's got like a center pleat that has one design on it, and the ones next to it have a different design. On this Miku, at least. Which is an official Miku. 10k spores to go for the ability to skip the line queue 3 times. Corey, do you have 150,000 spores? Is that the amount of spores that you have right now? That's so many spores. What are you doing with all those spores? What are you keeping them for? Do you have plans for your spores? 140,000. Oh my god. Corey, why do you not torture me more? Are there just not torture options that speak to you personally? I feel like with that much power, you could just really, really torture me if you wanted to. Type in my project M1K0, mix of insect and robot, and the good night and happy drawing. Oh, good night, thank you. Sorry, I read that as a part of your description of her. Thank you for drawing a scary horror Miku, I do appreciate it. She is cool. I feel like we should have more horror-themed Mikus. She's so cutesy in all of her media. She could be scarier. Why don't we make Miku scarier? Like, they'd even inducing fear without actually doing anything to torture. I have 80k spores. Yeah, that does make me scared. It does scare me that you guys have that many spores that could potentially be used against me. And I know that you're just waiting for an opportunity to use them, probably to, not to spite me, but for, like, evil, maybe. I'm keeping an eye on you. I'm keeping an eye on you. What are you keeping them for, though? You like to inspire just, like, horror at the idea of using them. But then all it is an idea. Just suspense? Maybe suspense is the worst kind of fear anyway, but... I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty safe right now. I feel like you guys don't torture me very much. Actually, you guys, the lemur I got to pet today? You pet a lemur? What? I didn't know you could do that. Something people are not gambaing. Maybe they are not gambaing, or maybe they won big in a gamba and have been keeping it to themselves. Maybe they have good luck in gamba. Maybe they've learned at this point that they have to bet against me. Consistently. If you want a horror Miku, there's a Miku song called Bacterial Contamination. Scary out of 10 in the scary meter. Let's see. I won't put it on stream just in case it's too scary. Let's see. Can I send a link? Of the lemur? Are you in the photo? Oh! This seems very similar to the Miku we're looking at. This is a Miku who has, creepy legs and cockroach things. If you don't like bug elements, look away. But Miku with a bone arm and, like, insect legs and arms, and also insect bits coming out of her face, and a cockroach in her hair. This is a scary out of 10 Miku, I would agree with that. I think I've actually seen this Miku before. There was a fella on TikTok who was drawing, like, Miku after Miku after Miku after Miku after Miku, who drew a lot of Mikus, and I think they drew that Miku. Maybe that's why I'm familiar with it. Ah, Miku, Miku, Uwiu. Uwiu, Uwiu. You know what I can also do in my procrastination is I can try and block out my values. Because I think, as far as values go, her hair is going to be probably one of the darker values? Because she's a magical girl. Usually that means bright colors. Oh, wait, this doesn't work. This has to be a multiply layer over top. Hang on. Come up here. There we go. Normal, multiply. There we go. Now I can color her in. Yeah, it does rule. That is sick. And see, that's what I love about Miku so much, is that there can be a million different interpretations of her, and iterations of her, and versions of her. And all of them are so incredibly different, and we can try things out in different styles and different genres. For fun. And you're allowed to. Pia Pro does not get mad at you if you do that. Neither does, what is it, Krypton Future Media? Is that what the other one is? I think that's what their full title is. Krypton is the other Miku company. And they just let you have it. They let you do it. So even if I don't win Snow Miku, I can make a 3D model of my butterfly Miku, and it will be fine. And there we go. So this will be her hair, and then I'll put her eyebrows in too. And then I'll make a layer that's lighter for her skirt. And maybe like this thing and this sleeve. And those will all probably be the same color. Maybe her tie will be as dark as her hair. And maybe her ribbons will be about as dark as her hair is. Oh, but if I make her ribbons as dark as her hair for consistency, I'd want to make those ones as dark. And I don't want to do that, actually. Maybe... Well, actually, hang on, let's see. The reason why I'm doing this is because if I don't figure out my values before I start picking colors, I'll struggle, because sometimes we don't design with value in mind, and then we don't have places that make sense for blocking certain values in. So, like, this should be this color. Her vest should stay white, probably. This will be this color. But then here's where I'm going to run into the interesting thing, which is, what color does this become? Because it's the same thing as that is. So maybe... Whoops, hang on. Maybe this part has to be that color, but then they're going to overlap, which might be a clarity issue. Let's see. Put this like that. Her tie is still the darker color, so maybe this part would be the darker color. It doesn't even feel that much darker than my other color I'm using. So then we distribute dark colors throughout, and then her shoes would probably also be whatever the darker color I choose is. And then we can have a lighter value for her bows, and then white for her shirt, and I'm probably gonna make her have like white socks or something. I feel like this is gonna kind of work. And then I can use a lighter value on the insides of those pieces of her skirt, and then also for the trim of some elements. Yes. Got it. I think so. Did you say if I could send a link of the lemur? Sure, I don't see why not. You can send a link of a lemur. If you really want us to see a lemur. I accept lemur. Especially since her voice bank became outdated so quickly, they made her an updated version because her persona was so popular. Hang on. Where would Miku be if not for fan-created content? Doubt Miku would still be a thing if it wasn't for it. But we could say that for so many pieces of media, though. Because, like, one thing that does drive me nuts is that there are certain pieces of media that have no continued fan base around them, and it makes me so sad, because whatever it was incredible. But because there's not, like, a ton of fans for it still, it doesn't really get much revival, and it just doesn't stand the test of time, unfortunately. Meanwhile, there are some series that, despite not having released anything new in an incredible amount of time sometimes, they stay popular because people stay making things for them. So, like, surprisingly to me, there is still new Soul Eater fan art that I get to see pretty much every day on Twitter. Soul Eater has not released a new thing in... how long? It's been a while. It's been a while since we got anything new from Soul Eater. I think it's been since we had Soul Eater Not, perhaps? And, like, that is still being carried, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get more things from Soul Eater in the future, because there's a lot of things still coming out for it. And similar, like, that's the reason why the, like, certain series have longevity. I hate the wizard one. You know the wizard one. the wizard one. Don't like it. But because they were allowed to make so much in the way fan works, that is part of the reason why it achieved such popularity and maintained that popularity. I realize I might have made her hair just a little too dark, so I'm going to airbrush it a little bit lighter, and that seems like it might have a little better of a balance. Although, I may flip some of the darkest parts of her clothing, too. Let me see. Okay, no more symmetry. Go away, symmetry. We don't need to be symmetrical. What if, instead of this part being the darkest, what if this part was the darkest? And then this part was the darkest. Whoops. And then I use the mid-tone for that part of the skirt. Maybe that'll make more sense distribution-wise for me. And then, like, this part. Because then the ribbons won't be touching stuff that is so light. in as many places, they'll have more contrast with it. I think this might be the better option. Dawn, just want to share my lemur. Thank you for lemur. Sorry, we don't have to talk about Soul Eater Not. Soul Eater Not was very much a disappointment, I think, to everyone, so we don't have to talk about it. I was excited for it to exist. I had not read the manga for it, so I didn't really know anything about it. And then I saw one gif, I think, of Maka twirling her scythe, just like for a demo in it, and I was like, oh god. I was like, ooh, what happened? What is going on? Why is it like that? Why is the animation so different than it used to be? Time? Oh, 6 p.m. It is time. Thank you for time check. I don't know why I've been so bad at knowing what time it is this week. Also, I didn't tell you guys anything about my time at work this week. I'll tell you on Monday, maybe. But man, I had an interesting week of work. Students managed to perplex me in new and innovative ways every day. But I think this is a Miku. Look at this Miku. She's fine. Look at her. I have to erase out where this is overlapping, but she exists. She's real. She's hiding in your Wi-Fi, probably. It feels a lot better now that I've put some values in it. Her hair still feels like it's probably a little bit darker than I would want it to be, but like, value-wise, it does tell me that I have the right level of detail, though. It's not overwhelming. I can have more than one light area. This will be the same color as probably the cords are in a couple places. Her head feels barren. I need to do something with her head. Maybe she just needs a bow on one side. She feels a little blank, but it's working. Glad work's been at least entertaining. Entertaining is sure one word you could use for it. Just to put something into context for you, I don't know if this actually would help. In Rhino 3D, which is the program that we use in the course that I am assisting with, there is a function called curves. They're like curves in Illustrator or like curves in Blender. It's a curve. It's a curve. You draw points, you connect them, you make whole shapes. You can also draw half of a shape, and then you can use a function called revolve. All you have to do to use the revolve function is select your curve and then tell it what the axis it's going to revolve around is, and it creates you a solid object. This is things the students should have been doing since the first week of the semester, January. I think I answered the question of how to revolve a curve like 15 times yesterday. Oh, we're in the second project. This should not be happening. Oh, like a lathe? It kind of is. You could think of it as being similar to a lathe, yeah. That happened. I had a student who sent me a file to laser cut, and I was like, the file is like 4 millimeters long and totally not even placed on an artboard. I was like, what's going on? Turns out they just exported a file out of Rhino by typing .ai at the end of it. So like they didn't even export it as an Illustrator file, which doesn't work anyway. You have to export it as an SVG and then put it in Illustrator. But they exported it as an SVG, but with .ai at the end of the file name to make it seem like it was an Illustrator file. So I had to go out there and be like, you can't do that. You gotta open it in Illustrator. And the student was like, I don't know how to open Illustrator. I was like, I want to grab you by the shoulders and shake you. What do you mean you don't know how to open a program? You double click on the icon that says it's Adobe Illustrator. You type into the startup bar Adobe Illustrator and you open it. And as I was talking to them, they like took their hands off their keyboard and mouse as I'm telling them what to do, and I was like, open it. Open the program. Why'd you take your hands off the... I'm not doing it for you. I'm not driving. Do it. You do it. And the person who sits next to this fella is like the Adobe Illustrator, I would say like guru of the class. And they're sitting there with their face in their hands listening to this. The student was causing psychic damage to their neighbor, not just me. I was like, this is crazy. But the professor will come into the back. I work in like a room that's inside the room, and there's like really loud machines in that room, and it's a wall. You can't hear on either side of this wall. So he'll come into the room and he'll be like, God help me, and then tell me whatever they're doing, and I'm like, all right, I'll come help you. It's something. It's so funny though. I enjoy it because I don't have to worry about the nonsense. He has to worry about the nonsense. I just get to sit there and be like, boy, this is wild. Wow, this sure is strange. Haha, how peculiar. Yeah. I remember working with a student's Chromebook once. Didn't have the functionality to edit text files? What? The process of simplifying technology destroyed kids' technological literacy. Oh, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. These kids know how to use iPads, but they cannot figure out how to use a Windows computer to open applications. I don't understand. They save their files and then can't find them because they don't know where the files are stored. Ooh. Anyways, I'm not here to get up on a podium and complain about the state of education right now. I just think it's funny. Despite the fact that it's causing me maybe a little psychic damage, I just laugh about it for the most part. But I have to go. I have something that kind of looks like Miku, I guess. She will be Miku. She's purple right now, which is weird, but it'll be Miku eventually. But I need to go eat dinner and see my Joby, and maybe do some drawing, and maybe listen to some video in the background. I kind of need to like lock myself away for a couple hours because I've done nothing to interact with people 24/7 all week, so I need to like lock myself away for a little bit and recharge. But thank you for hanging out with me. Let me just take one final look at our Mikus in Magma. Let's see what we got here. These fellas I don't think have changed since I saw them last, although maybe, Game Loser, was this yours? Please sign it. Please sign yours, Game Loser, if this was yours. Please signature. But they look cool. Nice shading. These are like fully completed designs. What the heck? You guys work so fast. Oh, Kaniko's working. Don't worry. When I end stream, you guys can keep working if you're drawing something. It won't kick you out just because I'm not streaming any longer. But these are some nice Mikus. I'm a big fan. So cute. Look at these Mikus. Oh my gosh. Fully rendered Miku here too. You're crazy. You should submit those. Oh, Riku's, I do see your complicated head accessory, but it is fun. These are so nice. I'll have to sneak a peek back in after you guys have finished yours if you're still working. But I got to go. YouTube True thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you probably Monday. VTuber Design Critiques as usual Monday. Wednesday, we're continuing Uma Musume tier list. Maybe I'll finish it, maybe I won't. We'll figure it out. Ooh, at my current pace, we might not finish it, but I'm hoping we will. And then Friday, we might be back to Beef of the Lamb. Potentially. Maybe. We'll see. But bye! Stream me later, YouTube. Thank you for hanging out. Bye.